Oh, God. Why isn't it? Mm. Oh my goodness, why isn't it closing? Could you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus
Also,
Christ.
I'm logged into the summit, like, on my account.
Why can't you hear me?
I don't know. I was like, about to call you, like, I can hear you. And then Courtney's like, we can hear you. Tell Ayesha we can hear you.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know why that.
Uh,
Ride on.
cat, boom, cat, boom. When I was younger and dumber than I am now, I used to think the world was fair. Cat, boom, till I found out the world will always go around. It doesn't stop, it doesn't care. Although I wish that everything could be real easy, I know the world doesn't exist simply to please me. But if it did, I'd like to make it stop just for me. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. Just trust me, cause until you die, life is gonna happen. Until you die, life is gonna happen. Until you die, life is gonna happen, yeah. Oh yeah. Until after I spent all that time being a fool, I felt like such an ass. Cause I went through half of my life being a tool, hoping somewhere had greener grass. Until now I live a life for what you make them. You have no power over what is gonna happen. So just appreciate the blessings that you have, and remember that things could always be worse. Just trust me, cause until you die, life is gonna happen. Until you die, life is gonna happen. Until you die, life is gonna happen, yeah. Oh yeah. What do you want in this life? Is it not good enough for you? What do you want in this life? Is there something it can do for you? What do you want in this life? Is it not good enough for you? Why don't you do for yourself? Cause only you can do for you. What do you want in this life? Depends on what you do for you. What do you want in this life? The world is there something it can do for you? What do you want in this life? Is it not good enough for you? So why don't you do it for yourself? Don't stop you. Cause only you can do for you. And just remember that until you die, life is gonna happen. Until you die, life is gonna happen. Until you die, life is gonna happen, yeah. Oh yeah. Until you die, life is gonna happen. Until you die, life is gonna happen. Until you die, life is gonna happen, yeah. Oh yeah.
Right on. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right.
Hello.
Hello, good morning, Jules. How are you?
I am very well, thank you, Olivia. How are you?
I'm great. I should ask, is it actually morning over there, or did I just...
No, it's not morning here.
You know what? Good afternoon, I think.
Yes, it's 4:30, but it's all day joy here because we are now back for day 2 of the Abundance Summit. Big welcome to everyone who is joining us live as well for the stream. It is lovely to have you back if you were with us yesterday, and hello if you are joining us for the first time today as well.
Yes. Shouts out to all the new people. Shouts out to all the old people. You know, if you hung in with us yesterday, you know, we had some good times.
We did.
We really enjoyed just hearing from different Black and brown folks in the outdoors community. And Jules, that brings me to a question. I'm curious, what was your favorite part of the summit yesterday?
I was almost dreading you asking me that question because it's actually really hard to drill it down to what my absolute favorite was.
That's very true.
I know I was very excited about Christina Torres joining us for how to make a zine. So obviously the brains behind Cyclista Zine, that was very, very cool to see that, and just how easy and accessible it is as well to start up something like a zine.
Sure.
Like it had me feeling like I wanted to go and do it.
Yeah, I definitely, I mean, it's hard to narrow it down for me as well. I'm going to agree with you. I really feel like I enjoyed the youth panel. I thought that the youth were telling the truth. They were really doing very well. I was very happy to hear from them and hear what they were talking about. But yeah, it is hard to narrow it down because we had a lot of good speakers yesterday. We had Eric teaching us photography tech tips that were just incredible.
Yes, tips for the homies with Eric Arce. That was amazing.
That was incredibly
as well.
lit.
So yeah, it had me feeling inspired about wanting to get out there more with the camera that I have, because I just have an iPhone, and that, you know, that does me well for taking photos when I'm out on my bike and stuff, but also just the importance of being able to change the narrative that's put out there about Black and brown folks in the outdoors. So it's like, without wanting to sound over the top, the power is quite literally in your hands to tell that story. So, you know, use that power. You have it. So go for it.
I agree with you 100%. I'm very pleased to just see different professionals that are Black and brown sharing their skills with the world. That's very important. Like, you know, I mean, we definitely are doing DEI work and enjoying that, but we're capable of so much more, and we have a lot to offer. So I love to see all of those things shown. And that's what I feel like the vibe was yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, talking about all of those things that were being shown, the Color the Trails shorts, the films up.
Trails.
Yes, our mini film festival.
Yeah. We had a mini film festival. It was very nice. I really enjoyed seeing the ice climbing section. Ice climbing is something that I, again, was new to. So it was interesting to see just people of color outside enjoying climbing the ice. You know, there's so much to do, clearly. But yeah, it was really cool. And yeah, I think that today we have some good things set up as well. It's going to be a really interesting and chock full of energy day. Now, we have to, again, give the disclosure that there may be some technical difficulties because we are doing everything virtually, and that's kind of just the expectation. We're not going to, you know, worry about it too much, but it's possible.
It's more than possible. And like we were saying, it's a completely chill vibe. There is no issues. If any of us have tech issues, we have
vibes only.
Yes. You know, we may have cats in the background, children in the background, doorbells that make a lot of noise in the background, which I think happened to me yesterday as well. So yeah, things like that happen, and technical glitches, but said, chill vibes. It's a bit like, you know, school reunion or family reunion vibes, wedding reunion vibes. It's just absolutely chill. So yeah, it's fine. It's absolutely fine.
We want everyone to kick back and relax because it's been a year. It's been a pandemic year. It's been a panorama year. I honestly am very proud of all of us for making it through this year. Just a round of applause for everybody who has made it through this year. And it's not just surviving, but thriving.
Yes.
That is, I'm proud of everyone. But yeah, you know, like what happens. In the pandemic, we are kind of on a different trajectory than we expected for 2021. But, you know, it's turning out to be maybe not the worst thing. I don't know. It's interesting.
No, well, this whole thing has been one of my biggest highlights of 2021, and I'm not exaggerating in saying that either. It really has been. So, you know, like all of the joy and the celebrations that we had going on yesterday.
Yeah.
We will be bringing that again today to everybody.
Yes, with different new players.
Yes.
In the game. Now, shall we talk about the program for today?
We should. Yes.
Okay. I'll just run through it really quickly. So I guess what time is it now? It is now 12:37 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. At 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will be having storytelling via Instagram. That's with Rachel Olzer, very talented storyteller. So I'm very excited about that. After that, we will be breaking for lunch almost immediately. We must eat right out of the gate. And I'm so excited that we get to do that. I'm going to be making a pepper sandwich, and I hope that everyone eats something delicious.
Yes.
After that, we'll be having tea. Jules?
Tea time with Ayesha and guests, which I'm very excited about. If you've if you're familiar with Ayesha's tea times that she has done previously, it's very exciting that there's going to be one as part of the Abundance Summit as well. So that's going to be something to look forward to. I just wanted to add as well, with all of these wonderful events that we've got coming up today, each panel that we have, there will be time for a Q&A. So I'm going to put the feelers out there now and just say that, you know, if you can see the live chat that's going on the live stream of this at the moment, please use that. Throw in your comments, throw in your questions, because you are part of this summit as well. So if you have anything that you want to give to us in the Q&A, we will have time for that. So that will definitely be a big part of what's going on today. So after tea time at 4 p.m., we have Put Yourself First. Redefining self-care in the outdoors. Essential. Very, very essential.
Essential.
Yes. At 5 p.m., we will be exploring Black and Brown Joy with the OG Adventurers panel as well. That's going to be great. There's going to be a lot of wisdom, I feel, coming from that.
I think so.
A lot of knowledge.
I like that. Like, I like the bookends of the youth and then the OGs.
OGs.
You know? We've got the entire spectrum represented here.
We have you covered at the Abundance Summit. That is what it is all about.
Yes.
And then at 6 p.m., what's that noise that you make, Olivia? That
hope y'all are excited. Air horn.
Yes, 6 p.m. we have DJ Black Daria and a live after party as well. So when all of the panels and the Q&As and everything have been wrapped up, that does not mean that the summit has come to an end. We will have so much more for you with the after party. So please, if you can, hang around and join us for that. And I'm going to sound like an old lady, but come and have a little boogie. Have a boogie.
Come and pop, come and laugh, come and jam. You know? That's what we're here for. It's a party.
It's a party.
Vibes. Only. But yes, in addition,
there's more.
Sorry. There's more. There's always more. I feel like abundance is the theme, and abundance is represented here by our virtual goodie bags. So basically, we have put together a virtual goodie bag for every registered attendee you will receive access to a digital goodie bag, which features offers from our sponsors and highlights BIPOC-owned businesses that we just really like.
Yes.
And that we would like to kind of promote and show to the world. So if you have not registered, it's highly encouraged to do so, because after doing that, you will have access to goodie bags and other fun things. I
can see the fun things that are available in that goodie bag as well. So if you are looking at this on the screen, you should be salivating at the goodie bag.
Yes. Oh, that diaspora kitchen. Let me tell you. Oh my goodness. So I don't want to get too into an aside, but the food is good. I can attest to the quality of the food at Diaspora Kitchen. Had a po' boy from there that was a rich boy, you know what I'm saying? Anyway. So very tasty food available, all kinds of things. We have clothes available, just fun stuff for everybody that is registered. So
there's another cool thing as well, though, if you have registered, because we're saying like come and get the goodness, come and get the goodie bags, but you also have 1 free month of Zwift that is available to you, and that's for the first 500 registrants.
Yes.
So be quick, because we've had plenty of people tuning in. We've seen you all joining us on the YouTube channel as well, which has been amazing. How many of you have registered for it? It could be a bit of a scramble for the goodie bags. I don't know. I'm just saying it might be worth getting in there while you still can.
I would be typing so fast that my fingers were on fire right now. Be in that first 500, like be in that number, But yeah. Oh, another thing, we just have like blessings on blessings. Okay, so there
an
is
abundance
also
of blessings.
An abundance of blessings. The mini grant program, Jules, did you want to talk about that at all?
Yes, of course. So the Abundance Summit mini grant program, which is amazing, will provide free entry and support to 5 to 7 women of color to race the Tour of America's Dairyland. Now, the aim of the grant is to provide a pathway to inspiration, experience, and upgrade points for Black and brown women who are amateur or beginner road racers. So it's just such a wonderful cause, isn't it?
It is. And I really feel like we talked a little bit about this yesterday, but one thing that's so important is access, and being able to add more people to a scene, like add more people to the cycling scene, and kind of giving them that leg up that they might need is really important.
I have to share some very exciting intel that's come in about the donations as well. So far, just between yesterday and today, $4,000 has been raised so far with voluntary.
For bands?
Yes.
No.
$4,000, $4,000, $4K, however you want to put it, 4 big ones. So
I
think this is very deserving of a round of applause immediately.
A round of applause for y'all. You did that. That was our attendees that are getting the Zwift.
And that's all through the power of the Abundance Summit as well. So, we're having a good time. The folks that are joining in with us who are donating to this as well are ensuring something brilliant is going to happen as well. So this is incredible. This truly is incredible.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm just feeling the abundance over me. I love it. I'm glad that we were able to raise $4,000. And it's just amazing. It's going to be so cool for those riders to benefit from that. Quick question. Did anybody go to the Zwift Ride this morning? Like, how was that? I at one point heard that the pace was 20 miles per hour, and I was immediately amazed.
I joined it. I did join, and those weird gremlins that were happening to us yesterday every now and then.
They're back. I can't.
They came and got me. I think I had about 20 minutes into the ride, and then I realized I just wasn't connected anymore, and I was like, "Oh no!" But
it happens.
When like 100, when I was on it, I saw something like 128 participants, but I think it probably went up beyond that as well.
Wow, 100. Imagine that's almost like a critical mass ride. Like, you know, like that's no joke. That's a lot of people, a lot of foxes being foxes. Like that's a lot. I love it though. I definitely was not able to make it. Unfortunately, I had some other shenanigans happening in my life. But yeah, once I heard about that 20 miles per hour pace, I was like, okay, right on. Putting in those watts, you know?
Yeah.
And hopefully all of those people, those 128 people registered so that they can they get the free 30 days if they're already Zwifters?
Exactly.
Maybe they can. I don't know, but hope they got it. I hope they got it.
I enjoyed my 20 minutes or so that I had on Zwift, and what I thought was really cool was the route, just the look of the I think it was the jungle route.
Which map?
I think it was
it Watopia?
I'm not sure if it was Watopia. I don't know. It was a route that was created specifically for the Abundant Summit. So jungle reverse.
That's very cool. Yeah, I like that they did that. It's in Watopia and it's always there. Gizmo is so we have some tech assistants. While we on the one side have evil gremlins, we also have a positive gremlin named Gizmo who is assisting us. And Gizmo was telling us that in Watopia there's a route called Jungle Reverse. It's always there, and there's a sloth on a vine that you should watch out for. Watch for that sloth.
What a dangerous sloth!
You know, sloth is dangerous. But yeah, I think it's just a literal like the animal sloth. And I'm seeing that it is supposedly on a vine. All I know about Watopia is that there's dinosaurs, and I just want to eat a dinosaur egg.
I'm sorry, what?
It's just always been a dream of mine to have a dinosaur egg, because I feel like it would be enormous and delicious. And you can make an omelet out of it with a single egg.
It would probably be the biggest omelet, but it would fuel you on good for the other rides that you would be doing in Watopia.
It really would. I feel like it would give me energy for the entire day. And it kind of gives me almost like Neopets energy. Yeah. It's just sounds amazing. But, Jules. So yes. I like Watopia. That's like my favorite route. What's your favorite route? Do you like Innsbruck, Yorkshire? Do you like, not Yorkshire. Do you like Yorkshire? Do you like,
I do routes in London because I'm like Zwift has become a bit of a thing for me. I had a period where I wasn't Zwifting. I'm not going to lie. There was a bit of downtime with it, but then getting back into it and just like having an explore around the routes that are available has been really cool. And you do kind of forget that you're in your living room. For me, that's where I'm set up anyway, as you saw yesterday, that I'm in the corner of my living room. But you do forget that that's where you are because you just completely zone into it.
It's an immersive experience. It's VR without the headset for me. I'm like, ooh, I'm hitting these curves. Wow, it's amazing. The mountain biking is cool too.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, so there's a mountain biking element where you can like put your phone on your handlebars and then you can kind of use your phone. I guess it probably uses like the AR part of the phone to force you to steer, you know, the mountain bike, which is pretty cool. Oh, Gizmo's chatting. Gizmo's active.
I was going to ask you, as soon as we were talking about you wanting to eat dinosaur eggs, which feels like a completely different conversation. Like, what would be your your snacking requirements when it comes to Zwift? Do you have anything in particular that you must have to snack?
That's a very good question. I am not the best snack planner. We touched on this yesterday, but I'm working on it. So I'm going to, I guess, speak about some of my friends' snacks that I really enjoyed that I had to eat because I didn't have my own during different rides. So there are these marshmallows that are covered in brown sugar and cinnamon. And I feel like those would be a very good Zwifting snack. They're so tasty. They're good. I don't know what they're called. They also have ones that are covered in chocolate.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's actually good fuel. Like, I'm just speaking from my personal experience. I don't know if it's actually, like nutritionally, like the food pyramid, but my food pyramid is a line, and on one side is a marshmallow, and then on the other side is a dinosaur egg.
Okay. I have a Zwift pyramid as well.
Yeah. What's your snacks? What's your snack setup?
Well, the top of the pyramid, water is essential. Need to have that when you're going.
I always forget about that one.
Yeah. I like jelly babies or Haribo.
Whoa,
so like
Haribo?
gummy bears. Yeah.
Haribo. Okay, so in the great Haribo Albanese debate, have you heard of Albanese gummy bears? KC Cross will be on today to speak to the deliciousness of those gummy bears.
Okay.
Also, this is not sponsored by any of these gummy bear brands that we're name dropping. But yeah, they have really good gummy bears, and I don't know, like between the two, I don't really have a prep. I kind of like both. I like the Haribo, again, Happy Cola. Have you had that?
Like cola bottles?
Yes.
Okay.
It's really good.
Yeah.
I'm like, that gets that cola flavor that you want, but it's completely dry.
Well, that's at the top. So water, gummy bears, Haribo, and then the whole thing is made up. Then the triangle will go down, and then you will have the fan, because that's essential.
It really is. Yeah.
Even though I was only Zwifting for like 20 or so minutes, I got quite hot. So the fan was a blessing, having that by my side. And then, of course, my towel to wipe myself down because I was getting quite sweaty. So, that kind of makes up my triangle of things that I need.
The hierarchy of needs.
Yeah. And a bit of music.
Music to set the tone is very essential. You could start out, say you're, doing something very gentle pace. Start out with something light, and then you ease your way in to those bops and those bangers, and then you just keep going, and then you enjoy yourself. And another good thing is that when you're riding in public, it's actually like a pretty unsafe to have your music very loud just because you can't hear traffic around you. But if you're Zwifting or something like that, you can play your music as loud as you want to and have your own kind of spin studio vibe. So I definitely like that aspect.
Yes.
Because I love listening to music.
Now, we're talking a lot about Zwift. They are one of our sponsors for the Abundant Summit as well. So one of the things that I think I may have neglected to mention this as well. When I talked about the 30-day free trial that you can get once you sign up, again, reminding people if you haven't done it, sign up, register. It's worth it.
Register.
It's very worth it.
Get that goodie bag.
The 30 days free that you get them even if you already have a Zwift account as well. So it's not excluding you if you're already signed up for it. So it's still worth registering and claiming those 30 days. So you absolutely should. Yeah.
If you're already signed up and you just want a little bit of a break, do that for yourself. Treat yourself. But yes, Gizmo, goodness gracious. Gizmo said, what's on your Zwift playlist? What's on yours, Jules?
It's a real sort of mix of things on it. Like yesterday I was talking about the fact that I have Zwifted to Stevie Wonder before, which I quite enjoy doing. Today I was listening to an artist called Tom Misch, who I quite enjoyed. Yeah.
I like Tom Misch. He has kind of that like funky like guitar. I like him a lot. Yeah.
So I was Zwifting along to him, so that was quite cool. And then I was sort of doing that, but then I had the YouTube stream going on at the same time as listening to my own music. And then there were, as the kids would say, some bops coming out.
Some bops.
Coming out on YouTube as well. So like those.
Was there a playlist provided?
I think there was, because there were lots of questions.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah. That's good. Like, I feel like, so even on trips, so say it's a multi-day trip, I will try to set the, I guess, intention, for lack of a better word, of the trip, make a playlist so I can send it to the group and say, okay, this is the trip playlist. This is what we are working with. And sometimes it works. Sometimes the vibes do not align. But sometimes it's just like, I'll put, so, you know, like John Denver, Take Me Home.
Yes.
Take Me Home Country Roads. I'll put that. And I'll be like, this is the Take Me Home Country Roads trip.
Yeah.
And that's the energy that we're going for. But I haven't done that with Zwifting yet. Take me home to Watopia.
Take me home, country. Yeah.
I'm surprised that one has made it away, like, internationally, but I'm glad it has, because it is a great song.
Yeah.
But I like Tom Misch a lot. That's very cool, Jules. Jules, you have very good music taste. I need you to know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have I've shared a couple of playlists, like on various streaming music channels that you can use out there.
Yeah.
That I've shared that with. So maybe I should create one specifically just for Zwifting, and then share it with people, and then people can have an insight. But yeah, there's one that I add to all the time that's called Summer Heat. Ooh. So I put various things on there, and it's all songs related to the summer and hotness, basically. So that's there. And then one called Heartaches, Bangers and Crushes as well.
Oh,
yeah. So maybe
those.
maybe when I'm having a sort of sad moment on the bike, that would be the playlist that I would end up sticking on there. So maybe having a pedal and a cry. That's okay.
Yeah. Experiencing the full range of human emotion while Zwifting.
Yes.
You know, that's okay too.
Yeah.
I definitely, crying playlists. That's a whole, because really sometimes you're just in those feelings and you're like, let me just wallow for a minute and enjoy this. But I really, that resonates with me. I would also have a crying Zwifting playlist. I think I'm going to do that because I don't know, sometimes, you know, when you're riding, your motivation can be different. Sometimes it's just a chill day. You're just like, oh, I love to see the beautiful birds. But sometimes you're like, you know what? My stress level is very high, and I am going to bike out my stress.
Yes.
So that's when you need those kind of like hardcore songs. But generally, I don't know. I like the riding through the daffodils songs for most of the days. Like, maybe not riding. That's not a literal musician. But the like vibes of riding through the country, I like those most of the time. But sometimes I throw a little Megan Thee Stallion in there because, you know, I've got to get in the cut. I've got to get in the pocket.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? She really synthesizes a lot of my emotions into music. And that's why I'm a fan.
I feel we have a whole other summit on music coming up, music and riding. That could be something else.
Music, bikes, and coffee. Jules does coffee stuff, which is super cool.
Thank you. Thank you kindly.
Jules' voice is also like coffee. Like, let's be real. It energizes you. It's so warm. Anyway, we're not gonna... No,
we'll come on to that later, another point. Yes.
At a future moment, we will talk about that. Also, we wanted to shout out our interpreters, Eli and Keisha.
Yes.
Thank you. We love y'all. Eli was here with us yesterday. Keisha is new, and it is lovely to have her with us.
Yes.
And they've been helping us so much and been doing an incredible job. And behind the scenes, Hijra, who will be back, has been helping us too. So we really appreciate them. So Jules, I think we have somebody in the wings.
We do. We have somebody in our virtual waiting room because we are now ready to start rolling into the first slice of the Abundance Summit. And I am very, very pleased and very excited as well to say that our first abundance of joy that we have coming up is storytelling via Instagram with Rachel Olzer. Now, Rachel Olzer is a queer Black woman who was born and raised in Las Vegas, Nevada. Now, she got really into cycling in college at Arizona State University. She's pursuing a PhD in ecology and evolutionary biology at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities. Now, Rachel loves cross country, MTB, cyclocross, and a bit of gravel racing as well. Now, Rachel saw the lack of diversity in cycling as an issue that she could positively impact. And that's what motivated her to work on projects that call for greater representation and to start Pedal to the People.
Yes, very cool org.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you all for being here. I'm really excited to be talking to you today, and thank you to the organizers and Jules and Olivia. Y'all have been doing an amazing job as well. My name's Rachel. I'm currently residing in Minneapolis, Minnesota, which is the homelands of the Dakota and Ojibwe people. And to start this conversation, I want to do an exercise with all of you. I'd like you to take a look at this photo and tell me a story about what you see. I just want you to take a minute or two. You can write it down if you'd like, or just kind of say it to yourself, tuck it away in the back of your mind. There aren't a lot of rules here. Keep it short, keep it concise, something you can remember. And we'll kind of come back to this towards the end. So I'll give you a minute to do that. I'm going to grab some water. Okay. So again, just a short story. So to start, I want to tell you all a little bit about me. As I said, and as Jules said in the introduction, my name's Rachel. I use she, her pronouns. And I was born and raised in a little city in the desert called Las Vegas, Nevada. And Las Vegas is a really fascinating place to come from because there are so many stories about Vegas. It's kind of a cultural icon. A lot of people know of the stories that come from the Strip, as it's called. Lots of Hollywood portrayals like The Hangover, or perhaps you know it from the classic story of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Vegas is located in Nevada. It's in the southwestern United States. Nevada is a really amazing state. It's literally massive. I think maps, of course, don't do it quite justice. It really kind of shrinks its magnitude. Some fun facts about Nevada. It's the most mountainous state. It has the most mountains over 11,000 feet. So take that, Colorado. Nevada became a state during the Civil War. So it is aptly referred to as battle-born, which always really resonated with me. And Nevada has a ton of land managed by the Interior, designated as public land. It has the most land, public land as a percentage of the state of any other state in the contiguous US. Las Vegas is located in this little red dot. It's the southeasternmost tip. You can remember where it is because it's where Nevada and Arizona hold hands, as we're often taught growing up. Vegas is comprised of several cities and suburbs in the surrounding area. This is the majority of southern Nevada. It's comprised of Vegas proper, North Las Vegas towards the north side, and then towards the southeastern area is Boulder City, which is the first city that you encounter when you come into Nevada from Arizona. And this little red circle that I have highlighted here is what's often referred to as the Las Vegas Strip. It's about 5 miles in length, And I put this up here to highlight, to me, what is really kind of almost comical, the number of stories that come from such a small area, an area that is literally just a couple miles surrounding Las Vegas. And it's like everyone you encounter has a story about Vegas, has their story of when they were in Vegas. Vegas for me represents a lot more than that. When I think of Vegas, I think of places like this. This is Red Rock National Conservation Area. It's this gorgeous area just north of the city. It has these tall sandstone mountains and some of the tallest sandstone cliffs in the world. It's really well known for having this world-class rock climbing, and it's just a beautiful, gorgeous area, and it kind of looms over the city in a way. I also think of places like this. This is Valley of Fire State Park, more amazing tall sandstone. It's the first state park in Nevada, so really one of the first designated public areas in the state. It has gorgeous wildflower blooms in the spring. It's super quiet. If you ever get a chance to go there, I highly recommend it. And then, of course, we have Death Valley National Park, which people often associate with California. But the hottest and driest parts of Death Valley, what give it its name, all lie on the Nevada side of the park. This is one of my favorite places in the world. It's called Devil's Golf Course. What you're looking at is a salt flat. It's just a couple feet in each direction from this point. It's kind of wild. You drive up, and it just is literally in the middle of nowhere. You can walk out onto this. It's like these big, chunky, literal just salt chunks in the middle of the desert. It's just so wild. It's like, and it's unlike anything I've ever seen. And it's just a really cool, serene place. Again, just popped out there in the middle of the desert. Of course, being from Las Vegas doesn't mean that I had a completely, typical upbringing. There are some unique things about being from Vegas. For instance, I never saw a movie theater that stood alone as a building that wasn't inside of a casino until I went to college. And I distinctly remember when I came home to visit after living elsewhere outside of Vegas for several years during college, the sound of coins falling through a slot machine actually annoyed me. I had been so used to growing up hearing them that I had learned to tune them out. And it wasn't until I left and came back that sound just drives me nuts. I can barely stand it now. A little bit more about me. I'm a transracial adoptee. That means that my family are white and I'm Black. Some people joke about being, kind of the figurative Black sheep in their family, and I like to joke that I'm a literal Black sheep in my family. I think adoption is a really interesting concept and conversation because so many stories revolve around adoption. But I think it's important to remember that being adopted is the start of that story, not the end of it. And there's a lot of complexity that comes with being adopted and being a transracial adoptee in particular. When I was 18, I moved to Arizona to pursue my bachelor's degree. And at 22, I succeeded in doing so. I mention this in my About Me because to this day, I feel that finishing my bachelor's degree is one of my greatest accomplishments. There's a lot, kind of around this idea of higher education and who it's for and who it's not for. And I think it's important to mention this because I really struggled through undergrad. It was not a breeze for me. In fact, I failed 3 classes in 1 semester. I ended up taking 4.5 years so that I could stay an extra semester and retake the classes that I failed. Oops. I'm currently a PhD candidate at the University of Minnesota in the Twin Cities. I started this PhD about 6 years ago, and I'm in the final less than a month now of that program. I'm a PhD candidate, not a PhD student, which may seem kind of like a useless distinction, but if you have ever done a PhD, are currently doing a PhD, or know somebody who has done one, you'll know that advancing from student to candidacy is no small feat, and you should take every opportunity you can to acknowledge that difference. I'm getting a PhD in ecology and evolutionary biology, which means I focus on studying these small crickets. They're found on, throughout the South Pacific, but I focus primarily on populations that are found in Hawaii. I'm a self-proclaimed scientist, and one of the things I love most about being an academic is teaching. And I don't love teaching for the sake of imparting useless knowledge on my students that they'll probably never use or care to know. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, that comes from your resident biology teacher. But I really love teaching because it gives me an opportunity to talk about storytelling in my classrooms. And one of the things I really like to do within my classrooms is to talk about what a scientist looks like. So much of the students we teach really don't encounter scientists in their everyday life. And this whole idea that science is done by people and scientists are people like them can be a very unknown idea for them. So I like to do this exercise with my classes, where I have my students draw what a scientist looks like. And I leave it pretty open-ended. So sometimes you end up with sort of more abstract drawings like this one on the left. They're just kind of, concepts of science and scientists. Sometimes you get, drawings that are based on cartoons. That's their concept of what a scientist is. And more often than not, you get something that looks like this drawing on the right. Excuse me. And I've done this exercise with a couple different classes. These drawings are a set of drawings, a select few from a class I taught in 2018. It was a 150-person interactive class. Students were broken into 13 groups, and they had these whiteboards throughout the classroom, and I asked them to draw what a scientist looked like. And this is the outcome. And as you can see, more often than not, the scientists are male-bodied people. Most of them are doing what we call bench science. So meaning they are wearing a lab coat, they're holding some kind of beaker or flask, they have some kind of journal, this one's wearing gloves. And I always find this exercise interesting because I tell you, this is what the drawings look like. This is what my students often come up with. To them, this is science. And it makes sense that this is their idea of what a scientist is, because largely in our world and in portrayals and stories of scientists, these are the images that people receive. You have people like Doc Brown from Back to the Future, Walter White from Breaking Bad, or you have, the Hulk. And more often than not, I mean, these look like what my students draw. They're typically male-bodied people. They usually have some kind of mad scientist persona. They're wearing a lab coat. They're using, beakers and flasks. Yeah, pretty typical things. Some of them have glasses. And even in our cartoons and our stories, you know, cartoons where, you know, the imagination can run wild, anything can happen, you know, wild stuff occurs in cartoons, we still largely see portrayals of scientists that look like this, you know, male-bodied individuals, Professor Utonium from Powerpuff Girls, and Dexter's Lab. I used to watch Dexter's Lab, right? They're male-bodied people, they wear lab coats, you know, they have glasses. So I totally understand where my students are coming from. I totally get where they have these stories and these ideas of what a scientist is. But through this exercise, I like to remind my students that I identify as female, as a woman, so women can be scientists as well, and that I can count on one hand the number of times I've worn a lab coat for my work. And instead, I like to show them these pictures of me doing science. This is me here in this blue shirt. I'm working on the island of Oahu in Hawaii. We're doing some surveys of these crickets I work on. And these people are my lab assistants. And I'm a scientist. This is doing science. The other part of my work as a scientist is using a lot of math, heavy math, to understand these natural processes that I'm trying to observe in the field. I explain to my students that I use math to tell stories about what I'm seeing in the world, and that my goal as a scientist and as a mathematician is to show you how these two worlds come together. I've already, you know, shown you all these pictures of what a scientist is. My background is in math. I'm a self-proclaimed mathematician. And let me tell you, the images that we have of mathematicians in the world and the stories we tell of them are just as bleak in a lot of ways. You often see things like this portrayal of John Nash from Beautiful Mind, or Good Will Hunting, or stories, TV shows where mathematicians are kind of like thinking of numbers and they're just spitting out of their head. This is not a lot of what I do. So much of what I do is computer-based, it's simulation modeling. And, you know, I think that's all to say that it is a vulnerable position to call yourself a mathematician, because that also means that you are never allowed to not be able to do math in your head. And you are expected to know everything there is about math, including statistics, which I often point out is not the same thing as math and are usually different departments within a university. And again, male-bodied individuals, usually white men, these are the images and these are the stories we tell of who is a mathematician, who is a scientist. I was tickled to find, when I was doing research for this talk, looking at Hollywood portrayals of mathematicians, to see this story. This is a little girl who's a mathematician. I admittedly have not seen this movie. I did look up a summary, and I think it's great. We see this portrayal of a woman or of a young girl to become a woman. But I was still really, I think stories like this are still really damaging in a way, because they perpetuate this idea that that some of us are just endowed with the ability to do math or science, and some of us are not, rather than acknowledging that some of us have really had the privilege of having access to good teachers and mentors who really cultivate our genius and who really encourage our genius. And I come from that. I was really lucky enough to have really great mentors who encouraged me to continue on in math and science. still, before the pandemic, I had a vague idea of what I wanted to be when I grew up or what I wanted to do after I finished my PhD. I have no idea at this point, or I shouldn't say that. I have some idea, but I still don't know. So if you ask me what my plans are after finishing my PhD, I'll probably look at you like this and tell you that my plan is to be 1 degree hotter and to find the nearest form I can so that I could never have to check Miss, Ms, or Mrs. again, and I can finally check doctor. And I'm serious about that. I can't wait to fill out a form so I can check doctor. And lastly, I'm a storyteller, and I, as I've said, I've told stories my whole life. I've always seen stories of the place I'm from. As an academic, I use tools that I've been trained in to tell stories about the natural world. And as a cyclist, I tell stories. And I think what I really want you to take from this talk is an understanding that you are also a storyteller, and all of us are. And the sooner we embrace that power that we have to tell stories, the better we can be to shape the narratives that we see. I think, we often traditionally think of storytelling or storytellers as people who write novels, people like Edgar Allan Poe or Toni Morrison or Louise Erdrich. Or sometimes, we go as far as calling directors storytellers. And so storytelling through a visual medium, people like Boots Riley, Steven Spielberg, or even Spike Lee. Or we think of musicians. We think of musical artists as storytellers. We think of rappers like Kendrick Lamar, amazing lyricists like Bob Dylan, or even bands like Fleetwood Mac. But the truth is, we're all storytellers. And again, this is a good thing. This is a beautiful thing, is that we are always telling stories. When somebody asks us how our day is, we're telling a story about what our day was like. And in 2019, at the end of 2019, I started this organization, or this Instagram account, called Pedal to the People, because I wanted to center storytelling as a form of understanding of how diversity in cycling plays out. I really wanted to give people an opportunity to tell stories about their lives through the bike. And what was really cool about starting this, is it was really a really cool position for me to enter into, to be able to take on the role of being somebody who people trusted with their stories. And it turned into a somewhat mentoring type role, where I would talk to people and encourage them to tell their stories. And, they would sometimes be like, oh, I don't really have anything to say. And then they send you, pages of information that is just beautiful, these beautiful stories that they're telling. And more so than that, it was really cool to be in a position where people trusted me to pass those on. They would write to me of their stories, and, they trusted me that I wouldn't doctor that or whitewash it in any way, that I'd be willing to let them say what they really needed to say of themselves and of the cycling community and of their experiences within that. I, myself and my co-founder, Eric, really wanted to focus on Black, Indigenous, and people of color, because oftentimes these are the stories, these are the people whose stories do get overlooked. These are the people whose stories don't fit kind of the traditional or, Eurocentric version of adventure or cycling or whatever it meant for those people. And what was really cool, the other part of that was really cool for me was in giving people a space to tell their own stories. It really started to allow me to become more vulnerable in telling parts of myself. I started opening up on my own page. I started telling stories about my life. I talked about, working through injury and being off the bike. I talked about living with a chronic illness. I talked about my experience in academia and my experience with imposter syndrome. And it really allowed me to take on this role of being able to help people feel less alone and feel less marginalized, and really to just feel better about their own experiences and be more willing to accept themselves through reading about somebody else's experience. And I didn't really expect that to go anywhere. I largely was sharing vulnerabilities and stories on my own page for myself and to gain some practice. And then last summer, as most of you know, George Floyd was murdered at the hands of police in my city. And in a year that I thought couldn't really get much worse, one of the worst things that could happen happened. And I felt that my typical avenues for self-expression or for dealing with grief were kind of closed off. We were in the midst of a pandemic, and I didn't feel like I didn't think I couldn't really organize small groups. I couldn't really attend large protests. So I did kind of the thing that I had been practicing. I took to my Instagram, and I started sharing stories from the front lines of what was going on and started sharing my experiences. I shared of my experience moving to Minneapolis, being a transplant here, and what that was like, my experience as a Black person and as a mixed race person in this city, and the ways I had experienced moving into this city as an outsider. And one of the most vulnerable things I shared was about my family and my position within that. I mentioned I'm a transracial adoptee. My family are white, and they're also conservative Christians who voted for Trump twice and whom I love dearly. And that was a part of my story that I had felt really ashamed of for a long time, because I hadn't seen other people with that experience, and it made me feel like an outsider. And I had a really difficult time accepting that that was a part of my story. But it felt like the moment called for a perspective on that. And I shared that. And it was the scariest thing I've ever done. Truly, I'm out here like riding mountain bikes and competing in cyclocross races. And yet this, for me, represented one of the most vulnerable things I had ever done. But what was really cool about being able to share this is that I got so many messages from people who felt really touched and really moved by this story. And it was really cool to see other mixed race people who were raised with their white families reach out and say like, hey, like this was a really powerful thing for me. I had never known somebody else with that experience. It's really, people saying it was really helpful and really powerful to see somebody else talk about that experience. And I was able to connect with people in that way, and to be able to say like, you're not alone. Like, yeah, I have this experience too. And in allowing my vulnerabilities to be broadcast, I made space for other people to step into their vulnerability and to really own their own stories. And the other thing about storytelling that that has happened and that happened last year is recognizing the ways that the stories that we tell of others matter, but also stories that we tell of to ourselves and about ourselves really shape our own perceptions. So this photo is from last year. And for you, it might seem kind of just like another paddleboarding photo, another summer day in Minnesota. But I share this because for me, this photo represents a lot more than that. I moved to Minnesota from the desert. I had never seen so much water in my life. And quite frankly, I was pretty intimidated by it. And water sports are the thing here. That's what people enjoy. But I had long been telling myself stories about why that wasn't for me. I would say things like, well, I'm just not a water person, or, Black people don't do water sports, or, I don't really, that's just not, that's a white person thing. And I share that, and I share that vulnerability of mine because, as aware as I am of the potential for those stories to alter how people engage in the outdoors, I still find myself having to rewrite narratives that I've long held. And I think that's a really powerful and important aspect of storytelling that we often overlook. Okay, in the last 15 minutes or so, I want to share some perspectives. This is just kind of what I've learned as being a storyteller and stepping into my role as a storyteller. Some little storytelling 101, if you will. These are all just kind of my personal, things I've gleaned. So one of the first things is that storytelling is a creative pursuit. I don't think that's any surprise to any of us. Storytelling is creative. I think we kind of understand that when it comes to fiction, but we often don't think of nonfiction as being a creative pursuit. And I think the often overlooked and underappreciated aspect of creativity is that it requires constraints. Creativity requires constraints. Stories don't always have to be 2 to 3 hour movies or 500-page novels or entire albums. Stories, good stories, just need to evoke emotion. Oftentimes, we can have powerful, evocative stories that are 3 lines, 6 words. So this is one of the most famous stories in history. I learned about it when I was a kid. I think it's often attributed to Ernest Hemingway, but I don't think he actually is unlikely to be the person that wrote it. But the story is For Sale, Baby Shoes Never Worn. And I put this up here to demonstrate that that story evokes an emotion in almost everyone that reads it. And yet it's 3 lines, 6 words. This type of storytelling, this For Sale, Baby Shoes Never Worn, is called flash fiction. And I've often thought of social media as a form of flash fiction or nonfiction, if you will. So something that we just see it for a minute and it tells a story. Perhaps it evokes emotion of some kind. Perhaps there's a call to action. But it's just a flash. It's an instance in time.
Y'all caught me mid granola bar. Okay, we're having a little bit of gremlin activity.
Yeah.
They have been back active. What's happening? I'm going to take a moment to swallow.
Yeah, just a few little gremlins in the machine, but it's all good. Like we said, this is the nature of doing things live. I kind of want to cheekily take this opportunity to say to anyone who has been following Rachel's story, which has been amazing, that if you wanted to throw some questions into the section on YouTube, please feel free. There's been some great comments coming in about that as well. I've got some questions lined up that I'm desperate to ask Rachel as well, just because storytelling via Instagram is such an important medium. Yeah. And, you know, I've come across folks in my time of being on social media who kind of don't feel like it's a valid medium to tell stories through, because it's not like a proper channel or something. Do you know what I mean? And I know that Rachel touched upon that in her talk, where it can come in different forms. So a storyteller can be a musician, a storyteller can be a photographer.
Absolutely.
It can be a film producer. It's not confined to just one box of, you know, you had to have studied film in order to be able to express yourself through the medium of film.
Untrue. Those barriers and those, you know, the term often uses like gatekeeping.
Yes.
That gatekeeping, those gates do not exist.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're created by people to keep you out,
exactly,
to sabotage your confidence, but you can do anything, you know? So if you want to tell a story, tell it.
Yeah. And this is incredible, you know, to have somebody like Rachel in the medium of social media and telling her stories and sharing the stories of other people as well, especially through Pedal to the People, which I'm quite looking forward to discussing with her when we have her back on as well. Yes. The other thing that I wanted to mention too, which I'm hoping that we'll have time to touch upon with Rachel, is the photo. And this is for the folks in the comments as well. Rachel put a photo up at the very beginning of her presentation and was asking folks to tell her a story about that photo. So if you can recall what the photo was, there was two folks. I'm not going to say who they are just because I don't want to ruin it, just in case it comes back up on the screen again. But two folks on bikes in the outdoors. And to, you know, what's the story that's coming from that? So I'm really hoping that some folks will be hopping into the comments over on YouTube and expressing what they feel the story is that comes from that, because I'm fascinated to know what people think.
For sure.
You know?
And I think that brings up a really good point, because stories, you know, often we have a narrative in our mind when we're going to tell a story, and a lot of that is up for interpretation from your audience. So I thought that part was really good. I feel like Rachel is almost even like pioneering like a theory that I find very cool and very interesting about social media as a medium of storytelling. I think it's pretty legit. Like I was sitting back, I was like, that makes a lot of sense. You know, but yeah, made me think for sure, which I like. But yeah, also, come on, STEM gang, science. Okay, STEAM. We're gonna add STEAM. That pretty much encompasses everybody. Science, technology, engineering, art, and math. That's very nice to see diversity in that field. You know, Rachel also brought up that really good point that like you don't see a lot of different kinds of people in those fields represented in media, and just how like problematic that is, because I mean, we're out here.
We exist. You know? I saw in the comments as well talking about Hidden Figures, and I was
Taraji.
Don't
get me started.
I was this close to typing it in, and I thought, no, I'm going to see if someone else is going to say something in the comments about that too. But that's the first thing that came to mind. So I quite like watching films like, you know, science fiction films and stuff like that. And I also have a partner that is very much into science fiction and science and space and theory. But every time we watch those films, exactly those images that Rachel was sharing in her brilliant presentation, over and over.
And over.
For sure.
Repeated, and just like the stereotypical genius of, oh my goodness, I'm sitting in my room all day scrawling equations on my walls. First of all, that is not how math is developed. I think that's a very big like kind of pop sci like concept of how theories are presented and are, I guess, like ironed out. So yeah, it just ain't it. We know we've been had known, oh gosh, what a verb. You know, what a series of verbs. We have known for a long time that that's not correct. But yeah,
pleased to say we can hop back into this because we do have Rachel back with us in the room. So we will save this conversation for the Q&A, but we are going to head straight back to Rachel now. So hold tight.
Okay. Can you, I think I'm on here. All right. Sorry about that. It's a very cloudy day in Minnesota today. So the internet is having feelings about that. Okay. Storytelling 101 point 2 I want to make is about vulnerability. I think good stories require some level of vulnerability. And I think there's a myth often that vulnerability is this inherent skill. And I want you to take away from this that vulnerability is a practice skill. So there's two parts to that. Vulnerability is a skill, and it's a practiced one at that. There are not people who are just inherently more capable of being vulnerable than others. There are just those that practice vulnerability. And it is something that we have to work at. It's easy to be closed off. It's easy to want to keep those kind of scary, darker parts of ourselves or parts of our story hidden. But I think good storytelling really requires us to kind of step outside of our comfort zone. And that doesn't mean we have to leap outside of it right away, but we kind of take baby steps outside of our comfort zone, and our comfort zone expands. And the last point that I've learned is that storytelling is about perspective, practice, and patience. Good storytelling widens others' perspectives, but it also widens our own. Through storytelling, we should learn things about others, but we should also be learning something about ourselves when we tell parts of ourselves to the world. And good storytelling requires practice. We have to accept imperfection as a necessary step in the learning process. We have to accept that storytelling is iterative and that we will keep telling stories, and even the same stories, until it fits who we are and what we want to say at any given moment. And as we evolve, our stories evolve alongside us. And lastly, storytelling requires quite a bit of patience. We have to admit that we might not be where we want to be in our storytelling practice, but we also have to accept that if we don't start wherever we are today, then we'll never get to where we want to be. If you don't start today, you'll always be one day behind, and that's how it is. So at the beginning of this talk, I asked you to take a look at this photo and tell me a story. And I didn't give you really much to work with. I said, tell a story. And given what I've talked about here, about the importance of vulnerability, about the importance of practice, perspective, and patience, and about those constraints, I wonder now what story you might tell if you had to tell a story with this photo in 2,200 characters. How would you tell a story about this photo if you only had 280 characters? And how would you tell a story about this photo if this was a screenshot from a 1-minute video? And all of those stories, hopefully you can see, will be different based on the constraints we have, based on the vulnerabilities we're sharing, and based on where we're at in our storytelling practice. And lastly, I want to leave you with this bit. Stories are a reflection of our reality, and I think we often know that intuitively, but I think an underlooked aspect of storytelling is that reality also reflects the stories that we tell. What we say of others matters, And it quite literally is reflected back in how our world operates. So accept that as storytellers, there's power in that. And we have the power to shape narratives that will reflect in others and will quite literally shape our world. So with that, thank you all for listening, and I'll take any questions.
Rachel, hello.
Sorry about that. Oh my gosh. It's like my
No. Oh no, it happens, but it had us hanging on like the edges of our seats as well for you to come back, because we have all thoroughly loved your story on storytelling via Instagram, because it's such an important medium. So thank you first off for sharing that with us. I'm going to dive into some questions that we've got coming in via YouTube, and some questions that personally I have as well that I'm going to throw your way too. The word vulnerability was coming up a lot. And, you know, I think that's got a lot of people who are tuned in thinking about this too. Just wondering how it's possible to cultivate a practice of vulnerability when it comes to storytelling, because, you know, I was just going to say, from my own personal point of view, it's almost as if you're being trained into only showing the best of yourself and your successes, and not talking about when shit gets tough. Do you know what I mean? So how can we cultivate that practice of vulnerability within our storytelling?
Yeah, that's such a good question. And it's one that I don't have a full complete, like, I'm learning that too. That's the beauty of this, is I'm just constantly learning how to do this. I think it's some things I've learned. It's really important to have those people close to you that you feel safe sharing bits of you, and you kind of share a little bit more, and you work on doing that with the people closest to you. And you get that feedback of like, this is what I'm hearing of you, or, oh gosh, I'm so glad you said that because I feel this in this way. And that, I mean, that's just friendship, of course. Mm-hmm. And then I think the other thing is, you know, I don't get on social media and just vent everything all the time and just let it, you know, right? Like, there is a form of curating that. But I think it's a matter of being comfortable, like doing that processing every day. Mm-hmm. And then you start noticing the things that kind of constantly come up, and you find new words for the things you're feeling and new ways of describing your experiences. So I like to encourage people, like, I don't go a day without writing. I write every single day, whether that's a journal entry, like whether that's writing my dissertation or writing papers for science or writing things for the general public, like write every day. And read how other people describe their experiences. Because I think one of the most powerful things is when you find new words for an experience you have, it's like transformative. Like you're like, oh my gosh, I didn't even know that experience had a word. So yeah, that's what I do.
Well, I mean, you do that, and you do an awful lot more as well, especially with Pedal to the People. Like, you know, the account is beautiful. Just scrolling through that, just the stories that you're able to tell, and the trust that you have from folks out there who are happy for you to share their stories and share their narrative as well. I was going to ask, just in regards to that side of it, like tied in with vulnerability also, what was it that made you co-create Pedal to the People? What was it that you felt was missing from that side of storytelling, especially in the world of Instagram when it comes to Black and brown folks out there? What was it that you felt needed to be done that led to Pedal to the People being created?
Yeah, I think the main thing was feeling that I wanted personhood and people to be at the center of cycling and to be at the center of the stories. Because I think a lot of what you read in magazines and what you read on other accounts, it's like the place is centered, which there's nothing wrong with that. And there's a beauty and a place for that. But it'll be like, oh, we wanted to go to this beautiful place, or we wanted to test out some new equipment, right? Like the object gets centered. And I think Eric and I really wanted to have a place where people were centered, and particularly the people who get left out the most. And so that's kind of where it started. And then from there, it was like, well, how do we do that? Like, we don't want it to just be images of Black and brown people, because I think sometimes diversity gets this idea of like, oh, we really want like people who are all the same but look different. And that becomes what diversity is. It's like, oh, it's like people who are like white people, but they're not white. And we didn't want that. We wanted like to showcase that diversity is something more than that, that when you look different, often your experiences are different. And how you experience cycling is different, and why you bike is different. And that should be like talked about more.
Mm-hmm. And I guess that's another way in which like pushing for greater diversity in the stories that are told as well, because I get what you're saying about using, you know, Black and brown people that might still fit into that acceptable Black and brown people, and you know, that doesn't sort of upset the status quo that's put out there as well. So is that something that you feel is happening with Pedal to the People, that it is shaking that up a bit and showing people out there that there is more than one side to a story?
Yeah, I'd like to think so. I think one of the things that you know, I try to say, and I should say here, is that like you don't always know how things are going to land. And that's part of the vulnerability aspect, is that you have some level of trust with yourself and with your audience. Like, hey, I'm about to share something and I don't know how it's going to land, but I'm going to put it out there and you'll let me know if I've messed up or if something didn't land right. But yeah, I sure hope so. I mean, at the very least, there's an entire page of Black and brown riders so that these companies can't say there are no Black and brown riders anymore. Yeah.
No. A question that's come in on YouTube for that as well is, how can folks out there actually join or contribute to Pedal to the People and the effort that you're making out there? What's the best way to do it?
Read and share and send words of encouragement when a story is posted. Like, I think it's really important, like, and we often will kind of post a call to action, but you know, if we share something and it is different, like, comment like, this was really helpful to like learn another perspective. I think sharing those stories and reading them and expressing support in a very public way is like one of the easiest things people can do, but is often like not done. And I think, I don't really know why. I don't know, because people will be like, oh, I really liked this. And it's like, well, share it with them, you know, and like share public support for something like that. Yeah. And there's more to come. We are like in a hiatus right now because we're, you know, I think I mentioned it. I'm less than a month from finishing my dissertation.
Yes.
So we're coming back. We have stories. We're gonna, you know, continue doing that, and so look out for those too.
Well, I know you're an incredibly busy person by all accounts as well, but we had another question coming in on YouTube asking if you provided any workshops to help others getting into storytelling. I mean, obviously you have a lot going on your plate now. We get that, but is that something that you have done or will be doing in the future?
Sure. Yeah. Anything's possible. It's something I would love to do. You know, vulnerability moment. I feel a lot of like, even imposter syndrome, like being like somebody who's, you know, workshopping or like holding a workshop on storytelling. Like that feels like, oh, like, am I really the right person to do this? So I think it would be great. And I think it would be a good challenge for me to step into doing something like that.
Well, in regards to you saying imposter syndrome, I just want to let you know that comments are coming in letting you know that you absolutely rock, which is true. And also asking if you can speak on the relationship that storytellers have with interacting or not with their followers on social media. So, you know, even if it's like leaving comments, interacting with each other in the comments and what have you, like what are the ways that storytellers can do that?
Wow, that's such an interesting question. I always try to respond to a comment because I feel that if somebody took the time to leave a comment, then I can take the time to read it and respond. That's just me. Obviously, like, I'm not somebody who has 1 million followers and, you know, has comments, you know, like, I get it. People are in different situations. But I do think that that's, you know, that's what I choose to do. And I think that's important. But it kind of depends on what comments you're talking about. Cause I think there's a difference between saying like, hey, I want to know more about this and I'm genuinely interested, and hey, I actually just totally disagree with you as a person. You know, like, I'm going to respond to that. Like, that's not an opportunity for learning. That's just you, like, inserting yourself into the middle of something where you don't belong. You know? I think we all know.
Yeah. But you know, the comments in itself can be a bit of a battleground, but at the same time, the joy of being able to have comments or to be able to interact with one another is that it opens up dialogue. And that, to me, just feels like something that you touched upon as well, that when you're expressing your vulnerability through storytelling, it allows you to be more open. And you were incredibly open with what you shared with us in that presentation and what's on, you know, your Instagram feed as well. But then it allows others to have that avenue to do that too. So I don't know. I think just in regards to the relationship between storytellers interacting, does vulnerability play an important part in that too? Like allowing people to feel comfortable enough to interact with each other.
Yeah. And I think what you know, like with the, what does the scientist look like activity? Like one of the reasons I do that as like draw this up so everybody can see is that everybody can also see how everybody else came up with the same thing. Like as we're addressing, you know, our own internal biases about what a scientist looks like, it kind of leaves this room open to like, hey, it's not just you. Like, I see how this is a problem that every single other group in this classroom is dealing with. And then it kind of leaves room for a lot more like, okay, I don't feel like, oh, I have to, you know, I came up with this and I have to hide that it was just me. I was the only one that like wrote, you know, or drew like another white guy in a lab coat. Like, no, everybody else did too. So really, this is bigger than just like a you problem. This is like a bigger issue.
Because I was going to ask what the reaction was if you shared those images with all of the students that did that. Because, you know, I know as soon as you said that, when you mentioned, you know, to draw what a scientist looked like, or even the portrayals of what mathematicians or scientists look like in films, that would be my same thought as well. And it might sound odd, but as a Black woman, I feel almost bad that the first thing that I go to is a white dude in a lab coat. That's it. And it's like I shouldn't be thinking that way, but I am. So
but that's what happens, right? I think like there's this idea, and to be fair, this is exactly what I thought a scientist looked like too. Like, I was the first person in my family to go to college, to finish college, to get a PhD. Like, what the hell is that? I didn't learn about what that was until I was like leaving college. But this is the thing, right? It's like we kind of often think like, oh, people of color are endowed with special knowledge about all types of oppression. And so therefore we don't, you know, we don't have biases. When in reality, like, we watch the same television as other people, like we consume the same media, we're flooded with the same images of, in this case, what a scientist is. Like, you know, it makes sense. And that's why it's so important that we push for better representation in media, so that that doesn't continue to happen.
Now, what you were just saying, just in regards to doing your PhD and what you're studying, I have to ask, because it leads quite nicely into one more question that we've got time for, which is the crickets in Hawaii story. Are you able to tell that story to us?
Sure. Yeah, I love this story. Okay, so these crickets are incredible. So crickets, that chirping you hear at night, so crickets chirp at night, it's usually males, and they're chirping to attract females to mate with. And in Hawaii, they co-occur with this parasitoid fly. So the fly actually locates crickets, who are their host for developing flies. They locate them based on that chirping. So they find them, and then they deposit like eggs and larvae inside of these crickets that then develop within them and kill them. upon emergence, right? So it's kind of like a really bad situation for these crickets because they need to call to find mates, but then if they do call, they'll most likely get killed by this fly. But what's really cool is in Hawaii, there's been the emergence of this new type of male who has lost the ability to call. So what they do, and this is like the greatest thing to me, like nature is amazing. These males that can't call will just hang out around males who do call, wait for females to come up to the males that are calling, and then intercept them and mate with them. And that's one tiny little cricket, one system. Like, biology is amazing. Like, animals come up with the most amazing solutions to problems that we don't even realize. So yeah, anyway, it kind of leads to some really interesting questions about how they're, like if they're out competing these males, like, but they also rely on them. It's like, you don't want too many males that don't call around because they need males that call. So I work a lot on kind of like that mathematical balance, like what can you expect the balance to be between these different males, and doing a lot of kind of like simulation of essentially, it's like cheating behavior. Like and that's what I liken it to, is how many cheaters can a system accept before it collapses?
Yeah.
Goodness.
Well, that's given us some serious food for thought to go away with at the end of this as well. So yeah. But Rachel, I'm gonna have to say thank you to you. I honestly feel like I could talk to you for much longer than this as well. But of course, people like folks out there will be able to find you on social media, the links to which will be available as well for the folks out there to find too. But thank you so much for sharing your storytelling with us as well. And good luck with everything going on in your PhD as well. And yeah, it's just been an absolute pleasure to have you. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you all. See ya.
We'll see you soon. Oh, that was incredible. That was absolutely incredible. So I hope everybody really enjoyed that, and it's given you a lot of food for thought, and will encourage you to go out there and do some storytelling yourself via the medium of Instagram as well, because it's really important and it's super valid, and our stories need to be told. So this takes us neatly into our lunch break, which I know Olivia's probably somewhere out there making her pepper sandwich that she was talking about before, but we will be back. So you have 30 minutes to go and get yourself whatever snacks it is that you fancy having. And we will be joining you for a bigger abundance of joy coming your way at the Abundance Summit.
the best way to get to know somebody is on a bike and camping because you can't hide. Yeah, literally, you know, on a bike you get to suffer together, you get to laugh together, you get to go uphill and downhill together, like it's amazing. The South Platte is such a low-key gem of a place in Colorado. It's very much characterized by granite domes, ponderosa pine, blue spruce, like these beautiful flora and fauna. For me, it very much feels like home. Bringing in these amazing other black and brown riders is significant because, to be honest, I probably have been the only black person in this county since I've been here, and it has never felt completely at home because I haven't been able to share it with people that share so much of my story and my struggle and joy. When we got this plan together, I was like, what is Rachel Olzer doing? We were able to get together and just take up so much space. The space that I had been wanting to take up for so long, particularly here.
One of the things I think is really important for marginalized people is, especially like black and brown outdoor folks, is that lots of times you can feel like you're the only, like, in your community. You can connect with people across the world and feel less like, oh, I'm the only one doing this. I really kind of like stepped into trying to create those spaces online and like through Instagram. And I think that's how Jalen and I got connected. It was like, you know, like he's another black person that's like outdoors, and I love that, and like I want more of that, and I want to connect with more people who are in that space.
It gets longer. It was like, it's only 30 miles. Oh, it's like 35. No. Okay, it's 40. Then just now 43 miles.
44.
44.
We biked about 40 miles the first day, 44-ish. It was just a ton of fun. I don't think I stopped laughing until we hit the paved road. The paved road was definitely a low. It was a low just because, one, you're on the side of the highway and that always kind of sucks. But also we just kept riding past Trump flags like every quarter mile. It's just like slightly triggering and like, okay, I gotta kind of know where I am as a black person and the beliefs that I hold. That I am, yet again, the minority.
Coming out here, I think there was a lot of like stress and anxiety for me about like, well, like if I don't like perform well on this trip, then they won't see me as like a real cyclist anymore. And I kind of learned pretty quickly that that just wasn't gonna happen, which is good because this was fucking hard for me.
We found this ideal campsite along a shoreline, and we had these massive bluffs right behind us. Set up camp, it was like, you know, I bivvied. Rachel, we set up a tent. We had dinner, it was delicious. Oh, yeah, the stars were insane. Particularly being on bikes is like a great way to get out and explore, and it feels like a dream come true. Something that, you know, Rachel and I share is we did both get kind of this big start into climbing. So we had a rope and, you know, a little sport rack, and we dropped down into 11 Mile, and then we climbed up and climbed around this area called Pinecone Dome.
It's funny because I started off mountain biking with climbing gear. I literally got a mountain bike so that I could get to this crag because the approach was god awful if you had to walk. And then I kind of got away from climbing more recently. So it feels like I'm kind of coming back around to it with this trip. His experience with climbing my experience with that. And those things are so important for like not just connecting with others, but honestly like coming into yourself and falling in love with yourself and being able to accept who you are and not feeling like, you know, if you read the same stories about people who aren't like you over and over again, it can feel so isolating, like, oh, well, if that's not my story, then something's wrong with me. And when you like see yourself reflected in other people, you feel more at home in your own body and mind. And I think that's so critical for people to experience.
Well, that was lovely, wasn't it?
What an amazing film.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, the landscapes, the joy, the cross training, like very cool.
For many reasons, I almost lost it when Rachel said learning to fall in love with yourself. So yeah, that hit me quite hard in the nicest way, in the most joyful way as well. Because yeah, I can relate to that. It's been a bit of a time for learning to do that and learning new things about myself as well. So seeing folks out there enjoying themselves in that way too is just great.
It really is. It is very healing. And, you know, using the outdoors as a space for healing is all what we're about, you know, or at least for me, it's what I'm about.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Ayesha will agree with that as well. I see her screen has popped up and Ayesha is with us.
Hi.
What?
Trying to
The Ayesha herself.
The Ayesha McGowan.
And be on the camera.
multitasking. But yeah, no, just gushing at how beautiful that film was.
It was so lovely. The energy of it was very lovely. I am speechless, but I must say I enjoyed it.
It makes me miss being outdoors, and it makes me think about where I am in London. I want some of that. I want that kind of adventuring. I want that kind of outdoors. That's what I'm after. And to feel like that's a space where I can go and basically flex on a bike would be great. So
you gotta come to the stage, Jules. Like we're ready for you. We are ready for you.
Do you know what? By the end of the Abundance Summit, I'm going to be scraping my pennies together and hopefully booking flights when I can, because I feel like I have a whole nother cycling family out there that I should be riding with and exploring the outdoors with and doing things like what we just saw in that film.
You do. We're international, and I have never been out west before. It's always been a goal of mine to go, so maybe we could all go together. I don't know.
I'd be up for that.
Sounding like a trip that is formulating. But yes, we have a beverage time coming up.
Yes, I actually have appropriate beverage here because we are leading into tea time with Ayesha McGowan.
I forgot my tea. Will, make me some tea.
Wait.
Where's the tea? Where's the tea?
Where's the rooibos?
How can we have tea time with no tea? It's fine. We'll keep it rolling.
Yeah. I'll vicariously drink the tea, but you will be serving the tea in your tea time. So, you know, I even got, look, if you can see it, biscuits. I got biscuits. Yes, I got my biscuits and tea time. So yes, I'm going to be ready for this. Absolutely ready for this. So I think we are about to start rolling into it. So brace yourselves, everyone in the audience, because the tea is about to be served.
Okay, so first up, I've got, I think, 4 special guests today. And first up is my good friend, Samantha Scipio.
That's up.
There we go. We'll get there.
Hi.
We'll get there.
I'm here. Do you see me?
I know. I'm like moving things around on the screen. There we go.
Here we go.
Perfect.
Hi.
Hello.
How you doing? I am. How's the day going?
It is going. Oh, I think Deb was also trying to move things around. My bad. Okay. I will let go of the reins. Deb is driving, and I am now hosting and presenting. So first, thank you. And I'm wearing your shirt. And I also wanted to show the inspiration for said shirt. Ready for this? That's
there
me.
it is. Yeah, you posted this photo right before you were going to do something important, and I was like, let me just recreate this and send it to her as a little surprise, and I'm really happy you loved it.
Yes, I love this shirt. I think, I don't know, it was just very, very thoughtful. And I know I've been like super sensitive lately.
So have I.
I mean, there's been a lot going on. Dreams coming true, things falling apart, all at the same time. So we're just like kind of all over the place with the emotions. But the shirt definitely made me cry. And thank you. But that's not why I brought you here. Not to talk about the shirt.
Okay. I'm going to cry now.
Don't do it. I brought you here because I've invited 4 people who are, in my head, essential on this journey. And it was hard to pick just 4 because there are just so many. But I just wanted to talk to y'all about, I guess, me and like how our interactions have impacted your trajectory and how your interactions have impacted my trajectory. And we don't have a lot of time. But first, can you tell everybody who you are?
Yeah, so I'm Sam. I am a bike mechanic and designer. I'm currently at work right now, and they're letting me take a 15-minute break so I can talk to you, which is really, really cool. I love bikes. I love us. I love my friends. I love my family. Yeah, and I'm living my life.
Okay, so we met because I was racing in Chicago, where you live, and Zara Alabanza of Red Biking Green Atlanta recommended via Instagram that we meet up. And we have both agreed that we are both the type of people to not follow those kinds of recommendations. But Zara is the kind of person who you would follow that recommendation.
Who trusts Zara?
You can trust Zara. And so now here we are, like 5 years later? And
it's 5.
Wow. And it's been quite the journey. So what were you doing before our paths crossed? Like, what was life like?
So before our paths crossed, I was working a corporate job. My car broke down right when I moved to this city, and I had like bought a used bike. So I was like riding my bike a lot, and I was riding with Red Biking Green Chicago, which Zara led the Atlanta chapter. And so I think that's how we got connected. But I used to ride around with the Chicago chapter, and we would go on these rides to different places in different neighborhoods. And then I would just like not want to stop riding. And sometimes I would ride till 4 or 5 in the morning by myself, just on the lakefront or around the city, and kind of just getting lost on my bike. But that was kind of where that ended. I went on a tour with Zara again through a group called Black Freedom Outfitters, and it was just a group of Black people. We rode from New Orleans to Africatown, Alabama, which is just outside of Mobile. And I think that's the first time I had really ridden far from one place to another, and was really fascinated by that. And then it was shortly after that that I met you, and bikes kind of took over my life. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I invited you to watch your first bike race that you'd ever watched, right? And somehow you decided you were going to try it. Like, Sam made the age-old mistake of offering me a place to stay if I ever came back to Chicago. Don't do it if you don't mean it. And I always say that when somebody offers, because I will show up and I will crash on your couch.
She will sleep on your couch.
If I am in Chicago. And so I came back and we went to a cyclocross race, or a cyclocross practice for Blackstone Bikes, which Kiwan was here yesterday. and he was from Blackstone Bikes when he was in high school. And you fell in love with cyclocross. And I don't have that picture with me, but there is a picture of Sam in this like salmon jumper, just like ripping around this course on a bike.
It was a dress. It was a dress. I was straight off of work and did not know that there would be bike riding happening. And you were like, go do a lap. And I hopped on there, and I remember doing a lap and being like, how do I do more of this? And I remember looking at you and you sincerely saying to me, you can do this, go do this. And I was like, that's the vote of confidence I need. Like, and that was really it. That was like the beginning of racing and riding more and just becoming immersed in like bikes and what they could do for me personally and for a broader community. And yeah.
I think like, I don't know, like you, I guess, are in my head a success story from like my work, even though you're also like a really good friend. Just, it was an opportunity because I don't like cyclocross. I was not having a good time, but that doesn't mean that I have to like bring down the whole idea of the sport or the activity for somebody else. I wanted you to try it. I wanted to see what you would enjoy. And it planted a seed for you. You really, really liked it. And I love that. I love that we don't all have to like the same things. I love that we can all enjoy different things just as much, but still find community in the connections that, you know, in the intersections that make it similar enough. And even though like we are very different type of cyclists in my head, we still mesh very, very well. And like you got me to try bike packing and I enjoyed it. I don't think it's something that I would do as often or as long as you do, but it was definitely something that I was not ever going to try on my own. So I love that. Like I got you into this thing and you found your own trajectory. You found your own path that worked for you. And so what are you doing now?
Well, now, wait, what do you mean? Like right now, currently?
I mean, not at work, but like in life.
Oh, like, yeah. So this year I am going to attempt the Tour Divide for a second time, which I'm really excited to complete. And I'm doing this with my dear friend Arya. So
what is the Tour Divide?
Oh, yeah. The Tour Divide is a mountain bike route. It's an ACA route, American Cycling Association route, that goes from Banff, Alberta, Canada, to Antelope Wells, New Mexico, which is at the border to Mexico. And it's 2,700 miles. It crosses the Continental Divide numerous times. And you get on your bike and you ride it. And it's definitely an experience.
Dope. Yeah. I rode part of the Divide with you, which I didn't know that's what I was signing up for. But I did it. And it was super fun. And
the part of the Divide we rode compared to the other stuff we rode was actually pretty mild.
I believe it. And that's how I know that if I ever were to attempt the Divide, I would need a different set of equipment, a little more experience.
You did great.
A different mindset, but we made it work. I only fell once, I think, on a descent. And it was one of those things where it's like, I saw this route and I was like, I'm going to run right into it because I'm staring at it. And then I did. And then I fell over. And bent my rear derailleur hanger. But it was okay. We got back up.
We bent it back.
And we kept it moving. So it was a very good time. But yeah, I just wanted to talk to you for a couple of minutes. I know that you haven't had a lot of time, but thank you for coming. So
thank you.
I think I saw some questions coming through in the comments, and you probably have time to answer maybe one.
Yeah, I can't see the comments, so if you could read.
Like how they could support your work. I saw.
You can support my work by supporting people around you. That's the biggest way. I'd say I'm good, but there are other people who need an Ayesha in their life. So be that Ayesha for someone else, and tell them that they can do it, even if you really don't even know what it is. I don't think you had ever done a cyclocross race, and you were like, "Yeah, sure, do cyclocross."
Not at all.
She didn't even know what she was signing me up for. So
I did not.
Yeah, be somebody's Ayesha. is what I would say.
Sweet. Okay. Well, I will let you get back to work at the shop. But if you're not following Sam, I highly recommend it. And following her and Aria as they prepare for the Tour Divide, hopefully it'll happen and it'll be safe enough with this pandemic going on. But it's been really great. They've been doing Instagram Lives every Monday evening and just kind of charting what that journey has looked like. And it's just been wild to see you go from a commuter, I mean, mostly, right? A commuter and like a bike packer to endurance racer. You've done what was that thing in Fiji? The Eco Challenge.
Eco Challenge, adventure race.
Gravel Worlds, and you've done a 24-hour mountain bike race. You've tried it all. And I feel like you've finally found your way, and love it. Yeah.
Thanks for being a friend and a support in all of this. I really love you.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Okay. I love you, everybody else too.
Alrighty. Bye, Sam.
Bye. Love you, everybody. Have fun. Okay.
So next up, I'm going to bring in my good friend, Jason. And we're going to do some, is Dev swapping? Is Dev swapping? Dev swapping. All right. She going to figure it out.
Hey.
There we go. There we go.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
All right. So, Jason Marshall, how are you today?
I'm all right. The weather's good. And, it feels like we're on the other side of the season. So it's good to look.
The season of winter? The season of spring?
The season of winter.
Okay.
I mean, it's still New York City. So there's going to be a few more tests before it's really warm. But it's good to be in this phase of it for sure.
Okay. So can you tell the people a little bit about yourself?
My first vocation is musician. So, that's why I moved to New York. And so I went to school and I got into bicycles after the hurricane here, or Superstorm Sandy, I guess they call it. And it was just a way to be functional in the city that had stopped functioning.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's what happened.
I didn't know you were a post-Sandy rider.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, I had a bike as a kid, but, not in high school or college or anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what came next?
I got a bike. I was working at a performing arts space across the street from a bicycle shop. And, Sandy was in the midst of happening and said, okay, I got to get around. I got a bike. I took the bike back. The next, maybe 2 days later, I said, I need a faster bike. And she was just like, yeah, pedal harder. But if you want to buy another bike, you can, but to go faster, you have to pedal harder. So I got another bike and I pedaled harder and I liked it. So that happened. And then January 2014, I got hit by a car commuting. And I got hit in front of a bike shop, and it was fortuitous because one of the employees, who's a friend of mine, came out and helped me up, and the woman who hit me actually took me to the hospital. But the shop owner felt like the insurance claim was untoward, and so me and the bike shop fell out. And so I promised myself that I would never need a bike shop again. And, after that, the immediate next step was Larry's Freewheeling on 110th Street. And they supported me through that transition and still do to this day. But at that point, I basically became my own bicycle resource. And I've been doing that since 2014. And so during the pandemic, I started Seneca Village Bicycles because what local bike shops there were, including Larry's, was just overrun with, maintenance and no bikes to sell. And so, I had been building bikes for people just kind of on the side because I like doing it. And then Larry's and one other shop, JS Cycles in the neighborhood, they'd asked me to kind of go into business myself just to help out with the load in the community. And so that's what I've been doing in addition to playing music.
Well, there you go. Okay,
Yeah.
so I don't specifically remember how we met, but I feel like it was through William Montgomery. Is that correct?
So I heard your name from William Montgomery,
Okay.
and I think maybe on Facebook I saw something that William Lloyd had posted while y'all were dating. And I met him first, and then he told me to meet. We were going to meet in Central Park while you were doing one of the group rides with the organization
called NYC, or In Tandem.
In Tandem.
Okay.
And so that's how we actually met. Gotcha. That I recall.
So William Montgomery is no longer with us.
Right.
He was my first real mentor / coach.
Same, yeah.
When I started riding road bikes and really convinced me to start racing and going for it. And so through William Montgomery, I feel like I met a community of amazing people, and Jason is one of the connections there that I thought, and he's also one of those people that after I left New York made the mistake of telling me that I could crash with him anytime I came to New York City.
It's never been a mistake. Works every time. Works every time.
And I have cashed in on that favor several times.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I actually asked you here today because I wanted to talk about the idea of abundance, which Jason is actually the person, when I first got started, and, cycling is expensive and it's really hard to get the things that you need if you want to take it to the competitive level. Like
for sure.
Where I was at, I was happy with my cycling life as a commuter and just doing like fixie stuff. Like fixed gear bikes are way less expensive than road bikes. But when I decided I wanted to compete, not just compete, but like compete at the top level, that required a lot more use of equipment and a lot more use of more durable quality equipment. Not that I couldn't do it with what I had. It was just, it would be nice to have, better stuff. And so he really taught me the idea of abundance, where I love to help people and I love to do the most for my community, but it's really hard to do that if you can barely take care of yourself.
Correct.
So I was there trying to like do both without a whole lot. And it was this concept of, get what you need, but also make sure that when you have more than you need, you hand that on, you pass that back, you pay it forward. That's how we build community. That's how we make the bike space, the world a better place. And so absolutely. Jason really drove that home for me. He also, the first time I came over his house, sat me down and was like, I want to show you something. And parked me in front of, how long is Hidden Colors?
Oh, it's many. I mean, that was years ago. Yeah, no, I mean, that was, at that point, it was like 4 or 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago now. And I don't know which volume that was, but you and Sam had done the donut ride and we're watching it and fell asleep.
Because we were tired. So.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah. And so much has happened since then. I mean, that guy's not even making films anymore. And I don't even know if he's in that space of kind of education and so forth. But yeah, now I just recommend books. I don't even get people to watch movies. I just got books. I got books and books and books and books.
Yes, but Jason has a wealth of knowledge that he is not shy about sharing with anybody.
I mean,
listen,
wisdom is public domain, So whatever I have, somebody gave it to me or I found it. I didn't just imagine it. So I'm just a collection of the people who got me to here. And so my job is to get what got me here out to whoever needed to get from here to the next thing.
Okay, so Jason, how can we support Seneca Village Bicycles and any of the other stuff that you are doing?
So Seneca Village Bicycles is on Instagram, and I build bikes, frame up builds. I'm not a frame builder as such yet, but that could change sooner than later. But I do all the bike nerd stuff. Like if you want like period restorations, or if you want what they call neo retro builds, new components on old frames, like if people want rare kind of things found and built up, I can do all that kind of stuff. I still do a lot of music, and it's weird because now I have this whole other life that folks don't even know I play music. And then there are folks that don't know anything about the bicycles or the running or anything else that I'm into. But you can go to Jason Marshall Jazz and buy my music, buy my arrangements like that. Oddly enough, that has still kind of kept going, even though now all the music stuff is either Zoom calls or outdoor performances. Yeah, Jason Marshall Jazz on Instagram, jasonmarshalljazz.com. There's stuff for sale there if you want to support me in that way. And if you got something special you want to get going, bicycle related, there's Seneca Village on Instagram. Also, I work with a program called Ride Upgrades, and they get what we do. We collect donations from people and reconstituted abandoned bikes and parts and get them to young people who want to eventually compete. So, you know, you can support Ride Upgrades too.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Actually, one of your latest creations appeared on our doorstep yesterday. You just built a really nice, I can't disclose too much about it because I assume it's a secret, since when he posted it on Instagram, he blocked the whole thing off.
Oh,
but
yeah.
There's definitely a very nice build that showed up on our doorstep yesterday for William.
That was
he took it out yesterday. He was very excited.
Beautiful. That was fortuitous because he was like, I need to color inside the lines, but I needed to not be what's already here. And he had a particular kind of ethos around it. And I was like, that's the this and the that. I said, yeah, give me a minute. And I opened up the resource that we all go to find things that are no longer for sale. And I found the same color and everything, same size, all of it. And I was like, got it. Let's go.
Awesome.
Let's go. And I had most everything else already, you know, because bike nerds usually have a basement of, you know, like they call it what's the dude call it, the cave of bad ideas. So it's not bad ideas, but it's you've been in the basement, you know, it's a space where experiments happen and become
Jason
bikes.
Marshall might have just started Seneca Village Bicycles, but he has long had a in his basement. I think at one point it was a rehearsal space.
Yeah,
it's got massive piano and then bikes.
Yeah.
Bikes everywhere.
Yeah.
And bike parts. And
yes.
Whenever I needed something, if I was in New York and I couldn't get it, Jason would hook me up.
Yeah, I mean.
And just without question and without abandon. And it was, I don't know, I think that kind of support, just knowing that there's somebody there for you it's helpful in itself, because it gives you that confidence. Like when you have those, you know, your competitors, they have teams and they have all of this infrastructure,
endless resource
builds them up.
Right.
But you know, me, I've been floating around by myself, not now, but I'd been floating around by myself for years, hoping, you know, to make it. And I've met all of these people along the way that have just been so giving and supportive. And I just hope to just be that person for somebody else. That's, you know, if I can do a fraction of what my community has done for me for my community, then I'll feel like a success. So thank you so much, Jason, for
happy to do
everything.
Happy to do it. Happy to do it. I mean,
super appreciative.
Look, without abundance, you can't help anybody. So that's what we're here doing. We collecting what's here and getting it to where where it's needed and where it can do the most good. So, and you've already done that for a lot of people. So you keeping it going already. So for the next one, you know, we might be talking about, we definitely talking about folks that don't even know they like bikes yet, but they'll figure it out, and then they'll realize there's already a community waiting for them to figure it out.
Okay, so I have two things left before I let you go.
Yeah.
The first one is that Will has let us know that he has posted this bike
on
his Instagram.
Beautiful.
And so anybody that wants to see one of Jason Marshall's latest creations, I don't know, I've always been amazed with the stuff you come up with.
Hey, I appreciate it.
Check out Will's Instagram and see that beautiful new bike that I'm sure he's taken spectacular pictures of, because yesterday, after Tips for the Homies, Tips for Better Photography, we went and Will took pictures of the bike and the bike.
Okay.
But yeah, it was great. And then the last thing before I let you go
Okay.
is, can you describe, I know you briefly just said what we can't do without abundance, but can you describe abundance for me? What does abundance mean to you? What is that? Because you taught me that concept so beautifully. And so I want you to pass that on to everybody here today.
Abundance is just the collection of resources where it is accessible to those who need them. You know, because a lot of stuff where people can't get to it, that's hoarding. You know, that's inequity, you know. But abundance is like a tree with fruit hanging high and low where everyone can get to it. And so just it's just a collection of resources and ways to access those resources.
I don't think I have any further questions.
Well, we're proud of you. So thank you for what you're doing.
I mean, part of this feels like I just invited people who are going to gas me up, but also,
listen,
okay, I'm fine with that.
Let me tell you something. Everybody else in cycling got a whole industry gassing them up, and most of them don't even win races. They just be there. Okay. They just be there. Don't get me started on cycling. See, I like bikes. Cycling as an industry, I don't know about it. We're working on it. We're working on it. But I like bicycles, and I like what bicycles do for people. So, yeah, I'm with that.
All right. Well, thanks so much, Jason. I'm going to let you go.
Thank you. Love you. Talk soon.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. So I think, Dev, Dev is helping our next special guest, the next special guest. In the meantime, Will, you're up. So initially I invited Randy Locklear, who was my first sponsor. When I started racing, I raced for the Red Hook Crit. I found I saw a post on Facebook of Randy was looking for 5 women to sponsor to race the Red Hook Crit. He paid for the entry fee. He got a kit. I think he would find a bike if you needed one. I already had a bike. And so basically that was my entry point into racing. He provided those resources to get me going. And at the time I was working, but living in New York City is expensive. And so you can use any assistance that you can find. So you can come here. You're welcome to join. But basically Randy made it so that I didn't have to worry about if I could do it. He broke down that barrier for me. I'm going to give Eli a break, I think, unless, do you want to? Okay, yes, that's the plan. All right, so we're going to talk one at a time. All right, so yes, so basically Randy was my first sponsor, and he is the inspiration behind the Abundance mini grant, because he gave me my first mini grant. So after I did the Red Hook Crit, I went to Randy and I told him about my desire to go pro. I was like, this is what I want to do. And he was like, whatever you need. Again, don't tell me things like that because I will follow up. So I was like, Randy, I need money. And Randy came through. He was like, all right, put together a proposal. Tell me what you need and I'll see what I can do. And so I put together a proposal and it was about $5,000, I think is what he said he could offer. It was somewhere around there. And so I did some quick maths, figured out how far can I stretch $5,000, which seems like a lot, but in bike racing isn't really a lot. So I put together this little proposal and he was like, yes, but also I'm going to make sure that we set you up. He found me a kit designer. He got me a kit made, that first Quick Brown Fox kit. That was because of Randy. He helped me get my first sponsorship with Cannondale. Because he had already invested in me, because he had already put money where his mouth was, when we reached out to Cannondale and I already had sponsorship, it made me not just this person who was reaching out asking for a frame sponsor. It made me a thing already. I was an established thing that was worth supporting, and I already had somebody who believed in me enough to give me some money to do the things I was trying to do. And so with that $5,000, I raced crits around the USA. I was able to transport myself, and thanks to host housing and people's couches, including Sam's that year and Jason, I was able to stretch that money even further because I didn't have to pay for as many accommodations. And so basically, this journey has me being real creative and very frugal, I guess, just really smart about how to make a little stretch really far. And so now that I have some resources, I want to mimic that and give those resources to other people. And so that's why I started the Abundance Mini Grant. So other women can have that same opportunity, and maybe they don't, know exactly what they want to do yet, but a starting point is everything. Randy put it out there and I was like, yes, I will do that, because now I don't have to think about how I'm going to pay for this entry fee or how I'm going to, what I'm going to wear. I didn't have a racing kit, and all of that was already provided for me. And so that was everything. But anyway, we have Will here, and he is going to, I don't know, he was filling in the space, but we're just going to talk, I guess. Hi, Will.
Hello.
Will's my husband, and I put him through a lot trying to do all of the things and help all of the people. And I know that sometimes it feels like he has to share me with all of you and all of the things that I care about. But he's awesome, which is why I married him. And whenever I'm ridiculous, I tell him, well, you're stuck with me now. This is what you signed up for. Please don't leave.
She is awesome and doesn't realize it, and I think that it's good that we get this time to let you know, because you need to hear it more, and that's coming from me too. So no one's leaving, and you're not sharing me. You're doing your thing. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing, and it's beautiful. So it's amazing. Stop being like that.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I met Will. We were both already riding bikes in New York City. Did you smile? Yeah, you did. Look at that. And the night I met Will, he had a group of friends, and we met up at this gas station on it was on Atlantic, and
it was in Queens.
No, it wasn't. It was in Brooklyn. We fight about this all the time. But anyway,
it was definitely in Queens.
It wasn't. It was in Brooklyn, and then we rode to Queens. We rode to Queens with his friends because they were like, man, we know this hill. We bombed down this hill all the time. Mind you, we were riding fixed gear bikes with no brakes around New York City. And so he's like, yeah, let's go. Let's take them, me and my friend, to this hill, and we're gonna all bomb down this hill. And so we go, and I look at this hill, and I'm like, oh, okay, but they're not gonna show me up. So I decide I'm gonna go first. And I bombed down this hill, no brakes. And then they're all like, yeah, oh, that was awesome. We've never done that before.
All right. See, now I need to defend myself, because it wasn't quite like that. We told her about a hill, and I was like, yo, this is dope hill that we want to go to. We were scoping it out. We never did it, but we were scoping it out. We were going to do it.
They made it sound like they did this like every weekend.
I mean, we rode past it every weekend. So we seen it a lot. But then we showed up, and she just did not even ask questions. She was like, this is the hill. This is what we're doing. And track skid down the whole thing like it was nothing. We were like, well, now we have to do it, because she made that look so easy. But the night was awesome. But it was definitely that first person that does something and you're like, oh, it's possible. She was the one that made that happen. Because I guarantee, I can't speak for the rest of them, but me, every time I seen it, I was like, I'm not doing this. And then we were even trying to time the lights too, because
yes,
all of us were running gears on fixed gear bikes that were not easily you can stop immediately.
Mm-hmm.
We were young and riding gears that were far too big for the grade of the hill. So when she just showed up and didn't even time the light, she literally just went down.
I timed the light. I'm not reckless.
She went down, and it was okay, well, now that we've seen it's possible, maybe we should try. And then we eventually got to do it.
But it was
impressive.
It was fun.
It was impressive.
And that was like the first night in New York City that I was like, man, I found my people. Like, this is fun. It was like Will and his friends, and we met in Brooklyn, but we rode to Queens, and we would spend like most of the night just riding around, which is why whenever somebody asks me where's my favorite place to ride, I say New York City at night. There is a video, and maybe one day I will share it. I think somebody has access to it. It's not hidden. It's not the Fixie Pops one. It's called High Life, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
On Vimeo?
It's on Vimeo.
Vimeo?
I don't know. It's on YouTube too. But anyway, now we're married, and it's been 5 years, and Will has been awesome. And I think what you were just talking about, the like seeing something is possible, like for me, that's super, super helpful when trying to learn new technical skills on any kind of bike. So this summer when we were in, where did we go?
Colorado.
Yeah, we went to Crested Butte, and I was following Shanika Rhodes down the descents. We were doing mountain biking, and I am not a comfortable mountain biker at all. That's a whole nother story. But knowing, like watching her wheel and knowing, oh, bikes can do that. Gravity will allow that to happen. The physics will work. Then I felt a little bit more comfortable trying it too. Because sometimes you're like, no, see, the way that is set up, I am going to fall. I am instantly just going to fall, and then it will be over. Goodbye, Ayesha. But watching someone else do something is like a vote of confidence. Now, I'm not saying that like I would watch somebody jump out a plane and be like, yeah, that's it. I'll do it now. Like within my own skill set, I know, okay, I can push these boundaries enough that seeing them do it makes me know that at least the bike is comfortable enough to do it. Hi, emoji. He wants to be a part of it. He doesn't like sharing. Emoji is the dog. Come, up. He doesn't like sharing William. He's very protective.
Anywhere I go, he's gonna go, so sorry.
But yes, showing others what is possible makes it easier for them to transition into that. And that I think works for me. I hear now that it has worked for Will, and I know that it's probably worked for a lot of other people. So I think the point of this summit for me was to show people what is possible, right? We're always talking about the things that we want to see from the industry. And so I wanted to show what a summit could look like if it was run by, for, and about people of color. And like, this has been a dream come true for me. Like, this is great. I love it. And I don't know, like you've been watching, because I can hear him in the other room watching the summit. What have you thought so far? Like, what are your takeaways from?
I think it's just been interesting to see like an actual community, and like not something that's been so forced and contrived, but like even like
talk louder.
Even like with the mix-ups or like the gremlins and the issues that everyone's having, like the reception is fine. Like everyone is like, it's okay, and like everyone's still enjoying themselves, which it's actually something that I wish could be repeated, but hopefully now that like people can see, like, you know, going how you said, how it can be done, we can continue this in every other aspect of event or like special activity. Because like a lot of times when people do stuff, it's so like uninteresting simply because of like how not community focused it is. It's like everyone's like trying too hard, and they just miss the point of like why you'd want to come together to begin with. Emoji has something to say, but I enjoy the fact that like seeing this and like just listening to, first of all, like the words that everyone is bringing and the truths that everyone is bringing. It's been really amazing to experience that and be a part of that. And like this has just been great. It's just actually been great.
Sweet. Cool. All right. So I don't think there's any questions. I don't think I have anything else to ask you. I guess I should just say thank you so much for being an endlessly supportive husband and partner and friend. And I know that I can be a lot, a whole lot. I'm a very dynamic human being, and somehow this dog is going to knock something down. Somehow I managed to make this guy smile, and that, I know every smile is a genuine one. So thank you. You don't like to smile. It's ridiculous.
I smile all the time. Why do y'all keep doing this? I smile. I'm constantly smiling.
Can somebody roll the footage, please?
I'm always smiling.
Can somebody show him the pictures where he's like,
I smile like so much. I get tired of smiling. That's how much I smile.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Now I'm messed up.
All right. I will let you go. Thank you so much for filling in. Thanks again to Randy. I'm sorry that you couldn't make it. And I hope that we figure out, you figure out the thing that made it so that you couldn't be here. Rooting for you. Huh. All right. So next up is a super special guest. And this super special guest has been practicing just to be here today. And I'm so excited. I mean, you could, okay, let's just bring her in. All right, you ready?
Yeah. And I want to help Will out. The first thing.
Uh-oh,
Can we
hear Grandma? Is it just me?
Huh?
Grandma, I think you're covering your microphone with your hand. Move your hand.
No, I'm not. I got it at the bottom.
Can everybody hear Grandma?
Huh? Let me see. Can I turn it on?
Okay, we can hear Grandma. Perfect.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm told we can hear you.
One thing I want to say
I'm
about
going to turn you up because I can't. Maybe my volume's too low. How's that? Talk.
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
I can hear you.
Hi, Grandma.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, one thing about Will, the reason it lasts 5 years, he always smile and let you have the last word. or either I learn him, he'll walk away and come back later.
Okay, Grandma. I talk about you so much because you are my favorite person and you inspire me so much and you make me so happy and you've been so supportive. And I know I'm like talking like a 2-year-old, but I just get so excited. So Grandma, you are here at the Abundance Summit and there are currently 45 people here with us watching and they are loving you so far. And Will says, thank you, Grandma, for clearing that up. But I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions because you've known me forever. You've known me longer than I've known me.
Okay. I'm not going to be like Will. You ain't going to have the last word.
Okay. Understood.
Okay. Okay.
All right. So, Grandma, what was I like when I was little? Because I spent a lot of time with you during the summers and you and me were together a lot. So what was I like as a small person?
Well, you always like a bicycle. And you and your granddad, I don't know, do you remember or not? He had to build you a little box to put a frog in. Out of all the stuff that I dislike, you want to bring that frog in the house. No. That frog get out, and I didn't like frog, but he built you a little cage. Can you remember the little wire cage he built you for the frog?
I remember. We built the wire cage, but we didn't consider the size of the crickets. So the like fencing, like the wired fencing that we put around the cage had big squares. And so when we jumped the crickets in to feed the frog, they all just jumped out.
And no bringing it in the house. No.
And no bringing it in the house.
No. And you was always fun. Well, I always thought you liked your granddaddy better than you did me because you was always out with him doing something outside. You love outside. You didn't want to stay inside with me. And when it got dark, granddaddy, it ain't time to go in yet. Let's stay out here. No, Aisha, we got to go in. It done got dark. Let's go in and eat. Well, we'll eat later. It always, Aisha had to have the last word. But you was a very, very good, you mind real good when somebody told you something. You always consider to do what you was asked. So I like that about you. And I knew one day that you were gonna ride a bicycle. I didn't care. I don't care how bad that bicycle was and how raggedy it was. You gonna always get that bicycle every day and fall off. My grandma, I need a band-aid. Get off of that bicycle and you won't need no band-aid. But you are real good. I always enjoy and look forward to you coming every summer. Yeah. And I wish Granddaddy was just living to see what your comfort in your life, the time that you done did so good. Yeah. I
Don't
wish
make me cry, Grandma.
I hope he in heaven looking at you.
Grandma, stop it. Okay, Grandma, do you remember your red bicycle? I remember you had this red cruiser that Granddaddy put together, and I would follow you around the yard on your red bicycle. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember. I remember. And when you come home, you would ride it after you got bigger. That it was too large for you at first. But you and Granddaddy, I don't know how you did that, Ayesha. But you hope Granddaddy put that bicycle together. You don't
I sure
remember?
did.
Yeah.
Not a clue what I was doing.
Granddaddy, no. Granddaddy, that ain't where that go. Put that here. Granddaddy, that ain't where that go. That's your last word. You always wanted to have the last word.
That clearly hasn't changed.
Oh, no. You haven't. That's when I told you the reason Will kept you 5 years because you would always have the last word. And he said, well, okay, he'll walk away. But then he'll come back. But with me, I wouldn't come back. I said, okay, you and Granddad, going with Granddad because I ain't letting you tell me what to do. Yeah, I just wish he was living to see you doing so good, Aisha. I am so happy, and I always say a prayer that everything goes like you plan, and God will just keep looking after you. Because I know
Grandma.
you got great things in your life that you're going to accomplish. And I don't have no doubt in my mind about it that you will do that. Yeah. Although you always got to tell me, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't. And for a while, you cut me off the picture. Somebody else cut me back on. I said, what did Aisha do? I said, well, she'll cut me back on after a while. Yeah. I know you having a good day today with your friends. Yeah.
I'm having a great day. You're making this a very good day, Grandma.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I saw.
Yeah. I don't think you would ask Granddaddy to do nothing. Whatever he did, you were going to help him. And he would always let you do whatever you want. But with me, no, you can't do that, Aisha. Well, Grandma, that's the way. No, Aisha, you'll just walk away. You'll walk away.
Okay, so
yeah, but you
Grandma,
was very good.
You have been to, I think, 2 of my bike races. You went to one in Athens, and you came to one all the way in the Netherlands. You flew all the way across the world to see me race bicycles. Do you remember the bike races, Grandma?
Yeah, I did.
What did you think of them?
We look, we had. I think we went to 2 of your races in Athens.
Yeah, you did. You're right.
Yeah, and then we went to when we was out in Germany. We went to more than 2. Every one you had when we was out there, we went.
Huh?
Don't you remember? Yeah.
I know
You
I was
don't-
there for 2 weeks and I did, I think, about 7 or 8 races. And I guess you guys came to a bunch of them. I was just kind of in the zone. But what did you think of the bike races, Grandma?
And one of them you won. Don't you remember you won? And I think they gave you champagne or something. They
Oh,
didn't
that
give
was in
you-
California. You came to California. I didn't win, but I was on the podium.
See, now at least I got
Your
to
memory's
have
better than
those
mine.
ones. Yeah, but I'm old, but my mind's still good. Yeah.
So I saw
Yeah,
some comments.
You
Somebody
won,
was asking,
and
well,
they
how do
gave
you?
champagne? Yeah, they gave, and we went to. Seemed like to me it was more than one in California that we went, and
Probably.
we
I raced a
we
lot.
went to you. We went with you when you went to your class with the kids, where you had a music concert with your kids that you was teaching. You remember that in California?
No.
Are you sure you the kid that you knew to teach every
I
day?
remember teaching the kids. I just don't remember that y'all were there. Everything's a blur.
And I think Will told you to wear a dress. At least you won't go wear a dress, but when we looked up, you had on a dress. You don't remember that?
Mm-mm. I do
A
not.
You had a real pretty dress that day.
Oh, thanks, Grandma.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
somebody was asking about your skin routine, Grandma. How do you keep your skin so nice?
My skin?
I know how old you are. I know how young you are, rather. And you don't look your age at all, in my humble opinion. So how do you keep looking so good?
I don't know. And in 2 more years, 2 more months, I'll be 86. In 2 more months.
In
Yeah.
2 more months.
Yeah. and live by myself, drive everywhere I want to go. Yeah.
I can only hope that I live such a wonderful life, Grandma.
Oh, okay. You will. If you do what you're doing now, you will. Always be happy. If you get angry, don't let it last a long time. Let it go. Turn it loose and let it go. And the world got everything to offer, but always remember this. If you do the right thing, you'll always do good. But if you don't, you pays for the mistakes you make. And so you just do that, yeah. Yeah, and I know you're gonna do good. And when you go back overseas, I'm coming.
I'll see you there.
Yeah, you go see
So,
me
Grandma,
there.
whenever I ask you where you want to go, you always say the same place. Where's one place you want to go, Grandma?
I want to go to where did I tell you when I was in Germany that I wanted to go and we didn't have time to go? Paris.
You want to go to Paris?
Yeah,
you gotta
don't
get Grandma
you
to Paris. Oh, you muted yourself, Grandma. We can't hear you. Oh Lord, I don't know if we can get her to unmute. Let's see. Uh-oh. Okay. This one's a challenge. Grandma, you pushed the little microphone button. Do you see a little microphone with a line through it? It says MUTE mute underneath it. And it's red. Do you see it? Aw. And I can't unmute you because you muted yourself. That's okay, Grandma. We were doing so well. Uh-oh. All right. Well, Grandma, since we can't hear you anymore, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to wave goodbye. And then I'm going to show you how to fix that next time I see you. I'm going to teach you how to use that iPad, Grandma. I promise. I love you. Love you, Grandma. Bye.
All right. So that's, she did so well. You guys do not understand how hard Grandma worked to figure out how to use the technology enough to be able to do that today. She worked so hard. We've been practicing for weeks, and I'm so proud of her and so happy that you all got to see my grandma because she is so awesome. And I'm not going to stop smiling for a while. Okay. So now, we've made it through all the special guests. And if you had any questions for me about absolutely anything, I have a wealth of knowledge, but I also know about myself and about this summit and about a lot about the people that you have seen so far and the things that have happened so far. So I am here in this moment to answer any questions you may have. And all you need to do is drop them in the live chat and I will answer. Give me questions, or I'm just going to be standing for myself. Oh, I'm going to bring in Jules. So I'm not talking to myself while you guys figure that out.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get over the love that is your grandma. That was the most amazing thing to see your grandma, Ayesha.
She's the best. She's actually still backstage because I don't think she knows how to actually turn this off. So every time we practice, I just kick her out of the backstage room. But I'm gonna leave her because she might be watching. I don't know. I have no clue.
Well, there's a lot of love for grandma and a lot of love for all of your special tea time guests as well. Just the abundance of love for you and what you have done and the community that you have helped build up. I count myself as one of those people who has been very lucky and blessed to know you as well. And you have brought me an abundance of joy. So thank you kindly. And, you know, just being part of this as well is amazing. I think the first question that I want to ask, and I don't know if it's too soon, is there going to be an abundance summit next year as well? Because I just think the vibes that have come from this and what Jason said as well about without abundance, you can't help anybody. You've helped so many people already with this summit, with the fundraising and everything, the voluntary donations. So is anything tinkering away in your brain about this coming back next year?
So I'm a very like compartmentalized type person where I view my time and my life as advocacy, bike racer, and then like everything else. So like family and fun time and whatever. And I feel like these three things need to happen in order for me to be a complete person. I don't think I can completely be a bike racer and not do my advocacy, but I also don't think I completely just do advocacy and not race bikes and have family time. And I love my family, but that is not going to be enough to like fulfill other parts. Like I think in past societies, like a woman's job was to be a domestic house person and not really do much else. And I am very glad that we have progressed beyond that by this point for the most part, where I can choose if that's what I want. And I know that's not what I want. And so I like that I can, you know, divide all of these things up and try and balance them to feel like a whole person. And I know I'm taking a very long time to answer your question. No. But the answer is hopefully, but I don't know. So right now, after today, this is my last big project. And then after that, I'm just focusing on organizing the mini grant and getting those folks sorted and full on training to be a world tour bike racer. Cause like, that's what I've been working for, right? Like that was the dream. That was the goal. And so in order for me to be where I need to be, you know, I've been like, you know, balancing all of this stuff and I'm doing well, but I want to give myself a full shot. I want to give myself the best chance possible to succeed. And so I'm going to dive in headfirst with dedicating myself to being a bike racer. And so I'm really excited about that. And then maybe once the season dwindles down a little bit and I, you know, get a grasp on what that is, we can talk about a next year's abundance summit. But one thing I do know for sure is that I won't have such a small setup next year. Even if we operate the same way, I will definitely make sure that now that I've proven that it's an awesome thing, I think I can get the funds to be able to hire what I said was an abundance of staff, because it's been me and Dev, and it's been a lot.
Mm-hmm.
2 people running this whole thing. And I think we have done a fantastic job personally, but it would be a little bit easier with some more help. But honestly, I didn't have the abundance to do that.
But the abundance is building. That's the beautiful thing as well. I think that led nicely into another question that I'd had, which you kind of answered already, which is kind of cool. Just in regards to what you have learned from this so far. I mean, we're not at the end of the summit. We've still got some very exciting things to come, but just in this period so far, what have you learned other than wanting to have a bigger team of staff with you? I asked that just because of something that Will had said that I picked up on, that he'd learned from all of this so far that the summit can be done in other avenues as well, in the sense of like there are other places and other, not necessarily the mediums, but just, you know, to touch upon other communities or to do it in different formats as well. So what have you felt like you've learned from this so far?
I don't know what new things I've learned, but I think there's been a lot of things that have been reconfirmed for me.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is just another check on a box of confidence for me that that my dreams are valid, that my ideas and my visions can be a reality. It's just a matter of figuring out how to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I can 100% say that without a doubt, that I get that confidence from my grandma.
Yes.
I mean, if I ever need somebody to gas me up, I can call grandma, and at the end of that phone call, I will feel like a superstar. Okay, like I am she makes me feel like the most important, most exciting thing to ever happen. And granted, she has a lot of grandkids. She had 7 children, and they all have children.
Oh, wow.
And everybody gets to feel special. And
mm-hmm.
I mean, I feel like I personally got to spend more time with her because I spent all of my summers with her. And I know a lot of my older cousins spent a lot of time with her as well. And I think we all have our own individual special connections. Mm-hmm. But my grandma she's so good. Like, she's just so good at making people feel loved. And like, that's what I like to give out. Like, that's the energy that I want to bring. And I think that's why I want to dismantle the things that make people not feel loved, right? Like, I don't like that. I don't want people to not feel loved. So we need to get rid of that so people can feel loved.
Well, you definitely have that energy for sure. We've got Rad Bike Adventure in the comments over on YouTube has says that you're an incredible community builder. So you're definitely making that happen, and you have been making it happen for all the years you've been in action. It leads into something that between you and Sam, when you were having your conversation with each other, you'd said something really lovely there, that we can all enjoy different things, but still find that community. And, you know, the friendships that have been fostered from the different disciplines of bike riding that you can do. It doesn't matter that there are differences. It's the thing that sort of unites us. So I don't know. I don't know how you feel about the community building aspect of what you have done with the Abundance Summit, and just with all of the advocacy that you've been doing in cycling and just being out there. So what does community mean to you?
Community is everything. I strongly adhere by that, you know, that old adage, it takes a village to raise a child. And I think in that phrase, we are all the child, and also we are all the village. And so I think there's like a give and take that happens with community that in recent times is harder to see, even though it is there. But I feel like as a society, we have endured a lot of traumatic experiences at times. Like,
yes.
It was traumatic before in so many ways, but recently it's just like thing after thing after thing in rapid succession. And to see these little collections and collectives of communities come together and like support one another. Like, for example, in America, we don't have the best healthcare, but we have GoFundMe, and it blows my mind every time to see the community jump in and like help their fellow person, even if they're a stranger. And I won't even get started on how much I hate that that is what even has to happen, because we don't have a system in place that's adequate. But I think knowing, like, I strongly believe that if something were to happen to me, I would have the support of my community. And so I try and always put out there what I want to get back. And I try and be consistent about that. And definitely also get that from my grandma. Like, I don't know, I just feel like I've had incredible people in my life who have shown me the bar. Like, they've shown me what is possible. Like, you can be a happy person and have everything you need, or not have everything you need, and still be a loving, caring, full round individual. And like, that is what I want for myself. I want to be that, and I want other people to see that and have that too.
That touches again on the conversation that you're having with Jason, because as you said, Jason was the person that taught you the concept of abundance as well. So has it given you, I guess that the whole thing with abundance is that, you know, you can take so much help and get it, and then when you're literally overflowing with all of the assets and the help that you need, you can then pass that on to other people as well, so that they can do better and achieve what it is that they want to achieve also. Has it given you a sort of sense of, I guess, fulfillment? I don't mean that as in like you've done everything that needs to be done fulfillment, but does it make you feel good that, you know?
There is definitely satisfaction in seeing how much the community has grown just in the time that I've been here to witness it growing. And I like to think that I've had at least a small part in that. And that makes me feel really good. The conversations that we were having when I first started are conversations that we're still having, but we're having, you know, more mature versions of those conversations. I feel like we are progressing slowly but surely.
We have agreement in the audience from Elise as well, saying yes, having an incredible loving community of people who support you, especially when you need them physically and emotionally, makes you feel amazing.
Feel better, Elise.
Indeed, much love to Elise. We do. We love you. But yeah, it's just been just an insight into your life as well. Just sharing that with the your special tea time guest that you had in. I've got to say, the tea. You've literally got your tea. The banter between you and Will is absolutely adorable. I just need to say that. Just the energy between the two of you. I've been lucky enough to experience that in real life, seeing you both over here in the UK, and then just seeing you interact with each other is great. So I don't know. I guess without wanting to get too deep and too personal, what does Will's support mean to you? Because I found it interesting that you were almost sort of doing yourself down when you were just like, I know I can be a lot. I know that I can be like quite a bit to deal with. But, you know, what does it mean having somebody like Will?
A lot.
Your energy, that's what you are. You're pure energy. You're a ball of energy.
I would be lying if I didn't say I was a lot.
But what's it like having Will, you know, by your side through everything, just supporting you with all you do? How important is that to you?
I think the fact that he can say stuff like "you're not a lot" is like, maybe he doesn't think that, even if I do, and that's awesome, right? Like, you want somebody who will accept you in your fullness, however you present, however you are. And that means the world to me, because it allows me to do things like this. Like, literally, I was watching a conference on the internet during the pandemic, and I was like, I want that. I want to do that. And then I just did it. And I feel like for some people, if their partner says something like that, they're like, you can't do that. Like, why, how? But Will, I mean, I think also he's seen that, you know, he's seen what I'm capable of. He's just like, sure, why not?
Yeah.
Not that I need his permission, but it's just like, he also will support that, you know, like, he doesn't tell me I can't. And sometimes that's all you need. somebody who just even in silence is agreeing.
Yeah, it's just
Not
having
figuring
that. No, just having that support unit is so important as well. So, you know, to have your nearest and dearest, from your husband through to your grandmother, like, you know, the people that influenced you earlier on and have just been with you for all these years as well. It's incredible to see. And, you know, like from the comments that we've been getting in YouTube as well, I don't know, it just feels like it's been a nice little insight into to what makes Ayesha tick and what keeps Ayesha going as well. So absolutely loving that. Just dropped my ring on the floor if you heard that weird noise in the background. It's just me feeling my ring.
I was like, is that a song? It sounded like the beat was about to drop.
No, I wish it were. It's just me fiddling around with all of my my rings on my fingers. So yeah, I'm gonna have a little look through the comments again. So Rachel, who says, for the right person, you'll never be too much. Love your love, Ayesha and Will. It's just so sweet as well. Oh dear. So I don't know if anyone's got any more questions that they want to throw in, because I kind of feel like I'm hogging asking you lots of things at the moment, and I don't want to steal anybody else's thunder from asking questions, or if anything else
that
that
I
you
did a
wanted
really
to.
good job answering everybody's question ever in life,
Yeah.
and they have none left. So
None left. But you know, I'm loving the fact that you were multitasking with your Q&A sessions that you were having with your guests as well, which was cool. So yeah. And then there's you still sort of behind the scenes while in front of the scenes as well, doing everything. So it's just unstoppable, Ayesha. Oh dear. So like what's coming up next for you? I know it's maybe a cliche question because we've got like pandemic vibes and everything happening at the moment, but what's kind of next on your agenda, like post Abundance Summit, other than maybe hopefully having a little bit of a break?
Well, next Friday, I think, is my birthday, which I haven't taken the time to think about at all.
Oh!
Just trying to gotta get through the weekend, and we're
Yeah.
almost there.
Oh, we've got questions coming in, so let me be a good moderator and hop back on those questions. So Cyclistazine Christina is asking, how can we as a community support you on your world tour?
Whew. So here's the thing. I don't know. I guess just keep me in your thoughts. I'm trying to balance this idea of like, I need to go hard in the paint to be ready. And so I also know that like I'm doing really well. I'm on track for what I think I need to be doing, but it's like that mental struggle of like, I'm doing so much. I'm not doing enough. I'm doing so, you know. So yeah, just, you can gas me up when I need it, and just remind me to be kind to myself, because sometimes that's hard.
Yes.
Especially, you know, with training, you have really good days and some days aren't as good, and they can be demoralizing. And so I've been really aware of trying not to make those bad days the defining days, nor the good days, because you don't want to be like, yeah, I got it, and then like, you know, slack off.
Yeah, something comes along and just reminds you that things aren't that smooth and that sweet. And I guess just keeping that balance is important as well. And speaking of balance, Olivia, our co-host, has said that Ayesha really is such a lovely balance of humility and assertiveness. So there you go. It's just all the love and all of the praise coming in for you, Ayesha, which is very, very richly deserved, may I add. And some birthday wishes are coming in for you too, which is great. So Dark Twin 45, are there any other outdoor activities that you haven't tried yet that you want to try?
Probably. See, that ice climbing looked kind of cool, except for the ice part, because that sounds cold.
Might be a bit chilly.
But like with snowboarding, you're in pretty warm gear, and as soon as you start moving, you warm up. So it's probably similar, where it doesn't seem as cold. So maybe I want to try that. But then I have to be in a place where there's ice.
Yeah. I
Then that
guess.
sounds cold.
Yeah. Ayesha's not here for the cold. She's not here for the cold.
What is a warm thing? I've tried surfing. I would like to do more of that. That's really cool.
Do you know what I was going to ask you when you were talking about that? If surfing is something that's come up on your radar?
Yeah, I mean, I tried it once in my youths, and then I took a lesson this past summer, and it's really fun. And balance is a thing that I've got, so it's cool to try it, and I would love to do more of it. And it's a warm sport. It can be a cold sport. I think people do that in the cold, but I would do the warm surfing.
Yes.
I wish I could do more climbing. I don't make time for it. I have the things I need, and there are a couple of crags nearby. I just need to do it. But things I haven't tried.
Yeah.
See, I think skydiving is cool, but I had a roommate once who was like, why would you jump out of a perfectly good plane? And, that's hard to not think about. But I do enjoy, I'm afraid of heights, but also not afraid of heights. I enjoyed the thrill. I like the concept of bungee jumping, but I have trust issues. And so, that, I don't know.
It's quite a thing. I think bungee jumping, yeah, I can understand the trust issues that may come with doing that. Surfing, definitely something I'd be interested in trying. I need to learn how to swim. That's still the barrier between me and any water sports, is that I still can't swim. So
Will can't swim either, and I am determined. He agreed to take swimming lessons, and then the pandemic hit. So then it wasn't, we're not trying to be close to nobody. But once that's better, then maybe he'll zip line. Have I ever zip line? I don't think I have. Yeah, that would be awesome.
Zip lining. So
zip lining, because you're strapped to something.
Yeah.
Secure. You I can do
and then
that.
you
yeah.
progress on to bungee jumping after that.
Perhaps. I mean, I've done the theme park, Six Flags. They're called Daredevil Dive in New Jersey, and it's a very small scale bungee jumping.
Okay.
And that was fun.
Yeah.
It's just enough that you're the juices are flowing, but I'm not going to die.
Well, another water-based activity that's been suggested. Renee is talking about fly fishing.
Yeah. Yeah.
That seems like it would be very meditative to do something like fly fishing, just nice and calm.
I think Will has mentioned really wanting to try fishing. I don't know about fly fishing. I don't know what kind of fishing he wants to do. When I was little, we didn't really talk about it, but my grandparents have a lot of land, and so they had a catfish pond, and I would fish with my grandpa in the catfish pond, but it wasn't fancy fishing. It was literally, we would make the fishing rod out of a stick and the line and a hook, and just, old school, but it was a lot of fun, and it was really relaxing. And she's right. I followed my granddad around wherever he went. He's great. They were both great. But yeah, I would like fly fishing. That sounds cool. Olivia, what is noodling? I don't know what noodling is.
Noodling? I missed that.
Can we bring Olivia?
I want an explanation to noodling. If we have the time, I need to know what this is.
Okay, so noodling is when you catch a catfish with your hand. It's a way, and I believe it's called noodling. Scary AF, and I agree, because you're making your finger look like a worm to then lure the fish to your hand. You catch it by putting your hand in its mouth and then pulling it out of the water. Yeah, catching it with your arm. I have seen it done, and it is incredible. And that's what we're gonna try next. Abundance Summit 2021.
2022.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
What year it was.
Yeah, I did the same thing because I asked the question in the comments as well, and then I realized I put 2021 and then had to delete it to correct myself because I don't even know what year we're living in anymore. So
Clearly I have been in a time machine. And I went back to 2020. But yeah, I think noodling is very cool. I would try it. I would try it once. and then see how it went from there. But you can get horribly injured and all that, you know. But life, like, take risks. Like, we gotta take risks. We gotta take risks. Anyway.
What?
I'm loving the interludes like this. Like Olivia, in between all of this, has been dropping some interesting wisdom and thoughts and plans.
Your
so
hands?
yes,
Oh, absolutely not.
Maybe it might feel weirdly nice. I don't know.
No.
It's a no from So is that's not going to be on the list of interactive activities for the Abundance Summit for 2022?
The thing about water for me, like, I'm the type of person, I don't like touching the bottom of it with my feet because, you know, I don't want to touch anything. And so the idea of catching a fish, you know, I feel like maybe if I was on like a deserted island and that was my only way of surviving, perhaps.
You'd have to. You would have to.
But no.
Yeah. I find it interesting just handling fish, like when Mama Vello cooks, like she's prepping fish and stuff, when I get involved in that, and that's definitely not noodling. So we're past the point of noodling with that for sure. Oh, dearie me. Oh, I've just the comments are sort of popping off still about noodling. Rachel is saying, I got an urchin in my foot by touching the bottom. I'm guessing touching the bottom of the seabed. That doesn't sound fun. That does not sound fun at all. No.
Don't want to the algae and the little I don't like it.
Yeah.
And even if it's like, you know, like they have like this little floating debris that sometimes gets in the nah. See, I immediately run out of the water. I'm just like, this is too much.
Yeah.
I cannot do it.
See, this is the thing. I envy folks out there who do like open water swimming. So like over here you have various like ponds that people like to go to swim in. But number one, I can't swim, so that's the fear. And number two, it's just I don't know what's in the water. It's what you're saying as well. That's the thing that freaks me out. And I don't know if I'm like, oh, I need to sort of get over it and just deal with it. But at the same time, if I know I'm not comfortable with it, it's probably not going to happen. And there's nothing wrong with not trying something, is there? If you don't want to.
No, I feel like, I mean, I'm usually the type that I'll try anything twice. I feel like I don't think I can do the catfish with the hands thing. I don't think I don't. Maybe if I saw somebody like me doing it, I would try. Maybe if I saw Olivia do it.
we'll let Olivia go first with all of it. That's going to be the next thing.
This is a great opportunity for me to mention extreme ironing.
What?
Oh my god! I kind of want to show. Hold on.
Demonstration. I want to see it. We all want to see it.
It's worth me doing this. I promise.
Did you know that? Yeah.
I saw this one night and I haven't stopped thinking about it since.
I'm intrigued.
Okay.
I'm absolutely intrigued.
It's
yes, Dark Twin 45. The suspense, exactly. I want to see what this extreme ironing is going to be. Is it followed by extreme folding? Is there extreme starching that goes with it as well? Extreme darning. Do it. Show us.
What is this?
This is not what I was expecting.
What are they doing?
So we're ironing underwater while scuba diving with. Is that a shark behind them?
Why are they doing this?
I don't know what I think I was just expecting ironing at speed, not people doing things like windsurfing and ironing or skydiving and ironing. But then you've got the parachute, you've got like double parachute options as well with that.
That is not on my list either. Okay. I barely iron in my own house. This is wrinkled. I am not regular ironing. I am also not extreme ironing.
This may make ironing more spicy. It may make it more fun if you're like, you've got like an ironing board
How is it
strapped
plugged
to you.
in, Jules? How is
See,
it working underwater? How are you
I
ironing in the sea?
I hadn't got that far. The logistics of it will come to me eventually. Or like maybe there's a sort of like waterproof power pack, like some kind of generator that you have next to your like oxygen tank while you're ironing. And I don't know, but it's possible. It must be possible because people are out there doing it. But I think that's something that I need to go away and research as well.
All right. I think that's enough for me on that note. I'm going to remove myself from the conversation so we can get on with the abundance that is the summit.
Yes, indeed.
Replace myself with Olivia. Let y'all take it away because I still don't know what that is.
No, I'm just going to leave you with that. Just a troubling ironing thought now. But Ayesha, thank you so much for serving us the tea and for bringing us your grandmother as well, which was incredible. So thank you. And thank you for the Abundance Summit also.
You're very welcome. I hope everyone is enjoying it. All right. Bye.
See you soon. And then we have Olivia. She's probably noodling. That's why she's not here yet.
Yeah, I got my arm stuck in a catfish. But no, like, that was so funny. I really, I don't know. I would like to try more fishing related sports just because it seems very relaxing. Versus like, even though cycling is relaxing, you have to like pedal so much, it would be cool to do some fishing to mix it up. But yeah, grandma.
Oh, I know.
I love grandma.
Everybody loves grandma.
She was great. She was really laying down some knowledge, some wisdom that I really liked. And yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe we'll all try. I feel like in 2020, well, whenever things are safer again, we should all try a different sport. Like we should all try a different activity just to mix it up. But yes.
Yeah.
So, I believe I am introducing a very illustrious guest. I misspoke yesterday and introduced Casey, and that was my bad. They are here today to speak to us in a little bit. But yeah, I really liked seeing Grandma. I wish that Grandma could come back and just speak to us. Just
maybe
tell us.
Maybe just to put the idea out there. I'm just giving Ayesha more work to do. But this isn't work. This is something that's just going to be so joyful. Just a tea time with Grandma. Just a dedicated Grandma tea time. I think the public want that. I want that.
I think that's what the people want. I think that's what the people need. Is more grandma time.
But if there were folks out there that missed out on the grandma time and the whole tea time session as well, remember that this is all going to live forever on the A Quick Brown Fox YouTube page.
Immortalized.
Yeah. It's always going to be there. So, because I've seen a few people in the comments and Courtney had missed grandma as well. You'll be able to play back and see grandma. So
you'll be able to run that back.
There we go.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
But yeah, I think it's time for us to keep the abundance flowing.
Yes, it is. And I will be introducing Casey Cross. Now, first of all, y'all already know Casey. We know you follow them on Instagram. We know you do. But even though they need no introduction, I will be giving them an introduction anyway. Casey is a licensed professional counselor in Northwest Arkansas. Casey is currently a mental health and performance clinician for the University of Arkansas Razorback Athletics. Go Razorbacks. I don't know if y'all are in SEC or any of that stuff, but I don't know if that matters. Casey provides training and workshops around gender, sexuality, and race to enhance organizations' knowledge of and services provided to diverse gender and racial identities. Casey is incredibly passionate about creating spaces for trans, non-binary, women, and gender diverse individuals to explore their sexuality free of shame, and providing education around healthy sexual behaviors. And I am so pleased to introduce KC Cross in a moment.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Casey, and I will be your presenter today. The presentation is called Put Yourself First, Redefining the Outdoors Through Radical Self-Care. Anytime that I do a presentation, I like to kick it off with an introduction as to who I am, but also as to why I'm doing this presentation. Now, you will probably see me going back and forth from looking at the camera to looking at my computer, and it's just so that I don't get lost in what I'm trying to say. So if it looks like I am not looking directly at you, that is why. So again, my name is Casey, and I use they, them, and their pronouns. I identify as Black, queer, and non-binary masc. This is something that I always like to try to put in my presentations just so that you know, or you at least have an idea of who's presenting to you. But I also think it helps to understand how I view the world, and it also helps me to conceptualize the way that certain things in the world work around me. I have found that this really helps me understand my own practice whenever I'm in my professional career, and I hope that it helps you to understand why I see the things the way that I do as I'm presenting. I am currently a licensed professional counselor. I am a mental health and performance clinician at the University of Arkansas Razorback Athletics. I reside in Northwest Arkansas, which is the stolen land of the Caddo, Quapaw, and Osage nations. I am an outdoor enthusiast. I love basically everything about the outdoors. I am an avid coffee drinker, and I am a Scorpio. I don't know if my being a Scorpio is a good thing or a bad thing, but I'll let you all decide if you have any strong opinions about that. So why am I talking to you about self-care? Something that I've been sitting with for quite a while is this concept of the outdoors or outdoorsy and what that really means to me. Often I'm asked, where did my love for the outdoors come from? Which of my parents is outdoorsy, and introduced me to all the different activities that I enjoy doing. And I've usually answered, neither of my parents are outdoorsy. And if I inherited this outdoorsy gene, if that is a thing, it more than likely came from my grandfather, who enjoyed fishing and hunting and camping. But what I've come to realize is that my entire childhood was spent outside because of my parents. To this day, my parents will go for walks or bike around the neighborhood. My mom has 3 different sitting areas outside that she likes to enjoy her coffee or sit out and gossip with my dad or gossip with other family members. My dad is an early riser, and he's that annoying man in the neighborhood that's mowing everybody's yard before 8 a.m. But what I've come to realize is that all of those things, plus so much more, does actually constitute them as being outdoorsy. I've realized that I've held this incredibly colonized view of the outdoors for so long, and I was invalidating my parents, but also other Black and brown experiences in the outdoors. It doesn't have to look how it's portrayed in magazines or in documentaries or on the gram. We can all define this for ourselves, and however you define it is what I hope guides you, and also defining what self-care in the outdoors means to you. So I want to start off with a little bit of history about self-care. The term self-care was actually coined somewhere around the 1940s, 1950s to describe how institutionalized individuals could self-soothe or cultivate self-worth through their own acts of care. Like all things, it was picked up in the academic circles, and it also became a way to define how individuals in certain careers deal with traumatic stress. So thinking about careers like a nurse, EMT, a firefighter, people that pretty regularly deal with traumatic stress on the job. It wasn't until the 1960s, 1970s that it became a more widely used term, and that's primarily due to the Black Panther Party, but also other feminist activists during that time and other civil rights activists. And, you know, a lot of people know the Black Panther Party for their radical approach to politics and social justice. But I think a lot of us know that a major tenet of their philosophy was community health care. Whether it's their health clinics, their breakfast program for kids, food distribution in the neighborhood. These acts of care within the community also were about survival. Local and national governments just weren't providing adequate and easily accessible health care, and honestly, they still aren't. But they weren't providing any of the basic necessities that our communities needed. So the Black Panther Party made it a priority and eventually changed the narrative of what it meant to take care of oneself. During this time, this is also where we began to see a change in the narrative around health to include one's mental, spiritual, emotional, and social rather than only the physical. In an interview a couple of years ago, I want to say, could be 3 to 4 at this point, Angela Davis talked about how self-care became a way to avoid activist burnout and began encouraging people to think about yoga and meditation and the types of foods that we consumed. She actually began practicing yoga and meditation while she was in prison and has talked quite a bit in interviews about our ability to bring our full and entire selves into the movement as a way to acknowledge, but also hopefully begin to heal our own trauma. Let's see, during 2016 and on, but especially around 2016, we saw a major increase in Google searches for the term self-care. You know, a lot of people were curious as to what self-care meant and how they actually implemented it into their lives. You know, I think, you know, if you go back and think about 2016, there were all kinds of people on Twitter and Instagram talking about make sure you implement self-care. You know, if you are part of this community, make sure you implement self-care, because 2016, we knew it was a shit show leading up to it, and it's been a wild 4 to 5 years since then. We saw a major boom in the 80s and 90s with the term self-care. This was a time that being healthy moved from this idea, or from this perspective, or from this perception, from this perception of cult-like to something that we should actually be implementing it. And it became less political during this time and more commercialized. You know, I would say definitely when the Black Panther Party introduced it to the world and to our communities, it was definitely more political, you know, a way to take care of ourselves. And I want to say 2016, it began to move back towards a more political approach rather than commercialized. So what are some benefits of self-care? I think for me, I would say the number one is going to be an increase in self-awareness. And this is probably because I'm a therapist, and I think self-awareness is kind of the gateway to really beginning to heal, really beginning to process some of the things that we deal with. You know, we all have learned ways of behaving and coping, and unfortunately not all of those are helpful or healthy or beneficial to us. Something that I always tell my clients is that if we can become more aware of our patterns, we can keep what's serving us and alter what's not. I also think that amount of honesty with ourselves helps us to begin to recognize what triggers our anxiety or irritability, and what drains energy from us, and what causes stress. So many of us are used to doing what's best for other people, whether that be friends or family or partners or whoever. And I think a lot of us, especially those of us that have grown up in collectivist communities, have learned that our joy and our happiness can and should come from serving others without asking much in return. And I agree with that to an extent, but at some point we have to provide our own pleasure. And because no one else knows exactly how to do that for us, it also just gives us a moment to ourselves where we don't have to think about what someone else needs or what someone else wants. I think self-preservation is a major benefit to self-care. You know, and an automatic consequence of creating self-pleasure, I believe, is self-preservation. The better we are about creating pleasure or joy for ourselves, the more energy we have for other obligations or responsibilities. If we are, you know, constantly running on E, like my little character here, and ignoring all of the signs that we need to recharge, burnout sets in, and constant moodiness and irritability. And I know I'm not the only one, right? Whenever I get super stressed out, I become incredibly irritable. I become incredibly moody, and I'm snapping on whoever is closest, you know, whoever I'm talking to in that moment. And I think even at work, you know, or, you know, we may think that we're being productive, but at what cost? You know, what is the quality of what we're doing, whether that be work or parenting or activism or training or our relationship? And then, of course, just overall mental health. You know, we know that taking care of ourselves is what's going to recharge our mental health. When we take care of ourselves, we're bound to increase our mood, reduce stress, self-soothe, ease any symptoms of depression or anxiety or anything else that we may be dealing with. And, you know, for the last several years, I would say 10 to 15 years, you know, I work with college students, and what we see is that depression and anxiety kind of switch places. You know, 1 year's depression, 1 year's anxiety as to what people are experiencing the most. And I would say what we're seeing in the college student population is honestly probably the same that we're seeing in the general population. So if self-care is so important, and, you know, there's all this history and research as to why we should be doing it, why don't more people practice self-care? Well, honestly, there's a lot of barriers, I would say, but I want to talk about a handful here and how we can begin to address them. The number one is going to be time. You know, it feels like we never have enough time to do anything, and it's never on our side, especially when we are thinking that in order to engage in self-care, we need to take a long vacation or some epic super trip, right? Like, trust me, I love those times when I can take a week or two off from work, but I don't know about y'all, I don't really have endless PTO, and I really like to spread my days out throughout the year into multiple short trips. However, we don't really need much time to practice self-care. We can see major benefits from just 5 to 10 minutes a day or in 30-minute increments throughout the day. I have found for myself that daily acts of self-care or kindness to myself really go a long way and serve as like a buffer in between those longer trips. I'll talk a little bit more about the specifics of a self-care plan later, but I do think that having a plan for what you may need to do when you're feeling stressed is a great way to just take the thinking out of it. Self-care, as the media often presents it to us, can be pretty labor intensive. If we're already fatigued or at a critical point, the last thing that we want to do is use whatever bit of mental energy we have trying to plan a day to take to ourselves. Those are the days that I find myself I'll sit and binge Netflix for hours, which by all means, that can definitely be self-care. However, for myself, I've learned that I can't do that every time I'm feeling stressed. You know, while it's great to rest, it doesn't really re-energize me overall. If you can look down at a plan in your phone or in a journal or whatever it is, you don't really have to spend a lot of energy trying to figure out what may help you in the little bit of time that you have. You know, you can look at it immediately and be like, okay, I know I've got 10 minutes. I can do this thing right here. You know, something that my friend Devin jokes with me about is how lucky I am to access incredible gravel roads within 15 minutes from my house. And she's right. Like, I think part of the reason I didn't discover gravel cycling until I moved back to Arkansas was simply because of the access to it, right? I have a friend that lives here in Northwest Arkansas now that moved here from Chicago, and she often talked about how much easier it is to find solitude in a park or on a trail here than it was in Chicago. And so, for folks that live in actual cities, New York, Chicago, Atlanta, LA, wherever, I want you all to think about like what your definition of the outdoors is and why it can and probably should look a little bit different from those of us who live in smaller cities or rural areas. Let's see here. Guilt. Guilt is probably a major barrier for so many people, myself included. I think a lot of us tend to feel guilty when we take a step back from work or from friends or family or children in order to do something just for ourselves. It feels very selfish. However, if we can take a more dialectical approach, which simply means two things can exist at the same time. I think we often get caught up in it has to be one or the other, but I think having a more dialectical approach can begin to ease some of that guilt. I work a lot with my clients about removing the term but out of our language when we're describing things that we want to do and things that we need to do. And taking, so when we remove but, we replace it with and, just to ease that pressure of thinking that one has to be more true over the other, or one has to be more correct over the other. I believe the word and gives us more options to what we can do with those things than but does. Kind of think about, I need to finish up this report for work and I need to take time to recharge. Saying it like that allows for both statements to be true and initiates the how. Okay, how do I meet both of these things? How do I knock out this report and take time to recharge? I think just thinking about it like that makes us be like, okay, I'm going to take some time to recharge, 20 minutes, let's say, and then I'm going to go back to working on that report. I think often we're like, well, I have to finish this report. I'll do the self-care later, but I have to finish this report. And I know for myself, if I'm just like bogged down in work and not taking care of myself, the quality of what I'm doing is probably not going to be nearly as great as what it could be. So I want to jump back into self-care planning. This is the way that I like to conceptualize a self-care plan. And I'm actually going to go through my own self-care plan with you all just to, hopefully it makes a little bit more sense that way. But what I like to do with my clients is like, let's just start off with a body scan, right? So think about your physical, think about sleep, think about your fueling, think about your movement, thinking about mental, how are you feeling mentally? How are you feeling socially? How are you feeling emotionally? I think emotional health is something that we ignore a lot of, especially in Black and brown communities. We tend to push those emotions down just to get through the day. Because sometimes that's what it seems like we have to do, right? Like if I allow myself to react to every emotion that comes up, on some days I'm not going to get very much done. So kind of thinking about that, are you acknowledging and processing your emotions? Are you allowing yourself to express whatever emotions you may be having in healthy ways? Step number 2, identifying stressors. I want you to think about what is draining energy from your life and what's restoring energy. Observing your daily environments, observing the people that you're around, observing how you feel when you're at work, observing how you feel when you are in this place or that place. I think all of those are great things to think about as you move towards self-awareness, because if we don't know exactly what our stressors are, we don't know what to get rid of. And then making a list of helpful activities. And I like to break this up into like, what part of you needs to be recharged? Is it the physical? Is it the mental? Is it the social? Or is it the emotional? And how much time do you have? If you have only 5 minutes, okay, like I want you to have a short list of things that you can do anywhere from 5 to 20 minutes. If you have a little bit longer time, let's say an hour or a day or a couple of days, maybe have a separate list for that. And have that list ready and accessible. I think I mentioned earlier, having it on your phone or having it in a journal or having it pinned to your refrigerator, wherever is going to be most accessible for you. I think, for a lot of us, our phones are always on us, right? So if you stick it in your phone or take a picture of it, you always have that on you. So if you are out and about and you need to implement some self-care, you've got it right there with you. And be flexible, just because we're like, okay, at this time, I want to do this for myself and take care, but life gets in the way, right? I don't want that to discourage you or discourage self-care. If we can learn to be a little bit flexible in those moments, I think that'll also help us learn to process some emotions, but also just it makes us be a little bit kinder to ourselves. We don't have to do everything perfect, and I think so often, I know myself included, I think it has to be perfect if I'm gonna do it, and that's not really how life goes a lot of the time. So yeah, be as flexible as possible. So just really quickly, I'm gonna show you all my own self-care before we get into questions. So this is what my self-care plan looks like. I like to do just like a weekly body scan or a weekly environment scan. For my body, I have a little sticky note that I keep above my desk at work. I'm not at work right now, obviously, but that says I'm supposed to take my tongue off the roof of my mouth, push my shoulders down, relax my jaws, and take a breath. And that's something that I've had on my desk for probably 3 years, just to remind me in those moments, because it's so easy to just get so tense, right? Throughout the week, I like to ask myself, like, okay, if I have a headache, how long have I had this headache? Is it just today because maybe it's allergies, or has this headache been building for a while? What am I sleeping like? What is my energy level like? What is my mood like? I just snapped on this person. Was it because they deserved it, or have I been snapping on people throughout the week? Am I eating enough food? Am I drinking enough water? Am I isolating from others? Am I spending time outside with others? As an introvert, that's one that I really have to check myself on, because I'll get in these weird headspaces and I don't want to be around anyone. And sometimes I don't notice it for months that I have been completely isolating from people, and it's not because I'm an introvert. It's just because I'm incredibly anxious and stressed, and I don't want to take on anyone else's stuff, right? I don't want to be around anyone else and putting all of this onto them as well. And how am I feeling about whatever's going on in my life? Am I pushing emotions down? Am I aware of how I'm feeling about these things? Am I talking to someone about them? Moving on to stressors, one that I have to ask myself often as a clinician is work spilling over too much into my personal life? Am I bringing my clients' issues and the things that we talk about home, and is it weighing on me? Who or what is requiring my energy this week? And if they are requiring energy, are they also giving back? Have I been intentional about who I spend my time with? This is a big one for me, because especially being in the outdoors, and I'm going to assume that this is for a lot of people, being a Black or brown person in the outdoors means that we often have to spend that time with white people. Being a queer person, I often have to spend a lot of time with straight people. And obviously, I have no problem with white people. I have no problem with straight people. And I also need my own community at times. And so I have to kind of sit back and think, okay, when was the last time that I made sure that I reached out to FaceTime with this person, or to go for a bike ride with this person, or hang out with this person? And that's been a little bit different with COVID. I think a lot of my interactions with my Black community and my queer community have been virtually, which it is what it is, right? It's the times. But I have noticed on, the weeks that I'm intentional about, reaching out to people that look like me and love like me and live like me, I have a little bit more energy to get through the week, and I don't feel like I'm as annoyed with the other people in my life if I'm able to do that. Am I being too productive? This is one I think we all need to be asking ourselves. We live in an incredibly capitalistic society, right? Like, America is founded on white supremacy and capitalism, and we eat that shit up. Like, we are always feeling like we need to be productive. We need to be grinding. Like, I love seeing people work hard and I love seeing people grinding, but at what point are we trying to be too productive? So I think that's something that I have to ask myself, like, okay, am I doing this because I want to be doing it? Am I doing this because, I have the energy to be doing, or do I feel pressure from other people to always just be working, and making sure that I'm finding that balance of productivity and recreation and self-care and whatever else it is that I may need. And then these are just a few of the activities that I like. So whenever I only have a few minutes, I like to take my dog on a walk anywhere from 10 to 30 minutes. Listening to music. I love to lay on the floor and foam roll or stretch. And something that I've implemented recently is having coffee outside on my patio. I kind of got this idea from a friend who does coffee outside in her town right now, or in her city right now. Atlanta's definitely not a town, but I don't make my coffee outside. I make it with my breakfast, but then once I'm done with my breakfast, if I haven't drank all of my coffee, I'll warm it up and go sit out on my patio with my dog for 5 to 10 minutes. And it's just something that's nice to do. It's a good time to be by myself, be with my dog, and just sit and watch the hustle and bustle of people rushing to work. If I have a little bit more time, I'll try to do, anywhere from a 30 to 60 minute bike ride. I'll go for a short hike, or I'll FaceTime with a close friend just to get some social interaction. And then, of course, if I've got all the time in the world, I'll take some PTO, a couple of days. I'll spend the weekend camping. I'll spend the entire weekend on my bike. And this is something that I've really incorporated really since being in a long distance relationship, is being able to put something to look forward to on the calendar, right? Like, I think daily self-care is great, but I'm also one of those people that I need to look forward to something. So I'll plan something anywhere from 3 to 6 months out, and it just kind of gets me through the weeks, gets me through the months, being like, okay, yeah, like, you are going to Colorado, you are going to, you've got this big camping trip in Texas, you've got this, you've got that. For me personally, that helps a lot, just to be like, okay, I just got to get through this week, I got to get through this month, and then I can go and do this thing that's just for me. So I'm going to go back really quickly, just in case people want to look at this, or take a picture of this. But I want you all to kind of think about your own self-care plan and how you would implement some of these things, how you would implement a self-care plan into your own life. I'm also curious, during the question and answer the portion of this, like, what does self-care look like to you? I have something that I want to share with you all that I got from a website that just asks a bunch of questions about self-care. Who are the people who have made self-care possible for you? Why is self-care important to you? What's the first memory you have of practicing self-care? I'll try to figure out a way to share these with you, because I'm interested, but I also just want you all to think about those things and think about how your self-care may evolve over your lifetime as you continue to practice. And then this final page here, this final slide here that I have, I really love this quote by Angela Davis, and that says, "Anyone who is interested in making change in the world also has to learn how to take care of herself, himself, theirself." I think a lot of us that are in this space, as Black and brown people, we are constantly advocating for ourselves and other people, and it's tiresome. It's exhausting, and the only way that we can continue to show up for other people is if we take care of ourselves first. I know there are some of you that can go months and months and months, or years and years and years of fighting the good fight, and that is awesome. However, not everyone can do that. If you need to take some time off, whether that be hours, days, months, to just live your life and not be a activist or not be an advocate or not be fighting all the time, that's okay. I think that's part of self-preservation. I don't want anyone to ever feel like we've always got to be grinding, we've always got to be advocating, we've always got to be doing whatever. Like, sometimes it's best to just take a step back and focus on ourselves and make sure that all parts of ourselves are healthy. And then whatever it is that we want to do or need to do later on, we can take our full self into that activity. So yeah, that is my time. I am looking forward to having a little Q&A with you all, and I will see you all here in a bit. I'll be in a different location, and I'll probably actually have a haircut at that point. But yeah, thank you all for tuning in, and I hope this was helpful. Please feel free to reach out to me anytime. My Instagram handle is kcross3. Please feel free to reach out anytime if there are any questions about my presentation. Thank you all for having me.
Casey!
Olivia!
Hi, how are you?
What's
How
good,
are
friend?
you doing? You know what? First of all, let's just kick it off by saying thank you for sharing that with us. I was taking some notes. I have my little notepad here. I was like, okay, so ... Okay, I am going to integrate these things into my self-care practice because I am all about that self-care. And I'm really glad that you and I could talk about this today at the Abundance Summit.
For sure. I'm glad I get to sit down and actually get to talk with you.
Yeah, I am too. It's always
Can you hear me okay?
I can. You're a little bit quiet, but only a little bit.
Okay. I don't know how to turn it up.
Okay.
It's on the automatically adjust volume, but I'll speak louder if this works.
You sound good, and I'm loud, so like I just want. I'm like I can't really hear the levels, but I just want us to. I just want us to be able to have the audience hear us as well. Speaking of the audience, your fans have been popping off in these comments.
Fans? No fans.
No,
friends.
You know you got fans. Don't
only
even.
Friends.
Only friends. You know what? I like that perspective, and I'm gonna get your friends have been popping off.
What's the website? Is it fans only? Only fans? It's
only. What's that website called? It's very hot right now. Very popular. Yeah, I've never heard of that website, so I couldn't answer. But I did want to say that I will be asking you questions today on their behalf. So I'm going to ask this first question from YouTube because I think it's a heavy hitter. And I think there's a lot in there. And you touched on this. We got this a little bit early, I feel like, in the video, but you touched on this a little. But someone said, I suspect that the biggest benefits of self-care don't happen overnight. So how do we know if we're doing self-care right? For example, is doing self-care for the sake of productivity even real self-care? Oh, it was Courtney.
Oh yeah, Courtney. It was Courtney. That's an amazing question. And I should have hit on this in the video, but this is something I talk with clients about all the time. It's like the whole point of self-care is to do it for yourself, right? Like if we start only doing self-care to be able to show up for other people, to show up for work, to be able to show up for whoever else, like that's not really self-care, right? Like we're catering to other people still. To me, the whole point of self-care is to make sure that you can show up for yourself.
Yeah.
However that looks like. And if we're showing
up for
like if we're showing up for ourselves, like then we're doing it right. That's the only way to know to know that we're doing it right. And like she said, like, it doesn't happen overnight. The only way for us to see the actual benefits of self-care is to be consistent with it. Like, it'd be great to be like, all right, I went on a 15-minute hike and now everything is great.
Right.
No, it's like, it's good for a little bit. Like, it feels good while we're out there, but we do still got to go back out into the real world. But if we can get consistent and make these things a habit, make taking care of ourselves a habit, that's when we start to see the long-term effects of self-care.
I agree 100%. Just to reiterate, it is a practice. You have a self-care practice. You don't, buy a self-care item and then that's your self-care. Yeah, you're practicing and you're always like kind of circling in on it. I like that. And that was an excellent question. Our next question is a little bit of a personal question for you. And you answered it a little bit in the video as well, but I guess we could narrow it down to your absolute favorite. What is your favorite way to practice self-care?
I'll keep this answer YouTube appropriate.
This convo.
I'll say, honestly, really anytime I can spend with my family, like when I can spend time with my fiance and our two dogs. Like today, we got up this morning and just went to a local park and like took them to a little swimming hole, and we got, an hour hike in. Like it was nothing special, it was nothing big, it was nothing planned. It was just, we got to go and spend time together, and I think that helped me because I was a little anxious going into today, like I don't know. I'm always like, I have to do presentations. And so I think
that's understandable.
Yeah. Anytime I can just like be with people that allow me the space to just be myself and I don't have to perform, like to me, that's a great form of self-care for myself, because I just feel like for so long I've had to like put on for other people. And whenever I can just show up and just be me in a space, like to me, that is self-care.
I like that family time that allows you to be authentic.
Yeah,
is so invaluable. I love that. I'm also gonna put that on the notepad. It's added. Okay, so more questions. We have them. What does it mean? So, okay, this is also partially my question. The word self-care is thrown around a lot nowadays. It's a hot word. It is a hot word. Very honestly has been used as more of a marketing term sometimes. So one of the questions that was asked was, what does it mean to practice radical self-care? What does that mean and that entail?
Yeah. So the way that I look at radical self-care is honestly taking care of yourself. Like so much of self-care that's out there is like, there's this pressure or this expectation to spend so much money or to go and do this certain thing. People are, I feel like, we live in a capitalistic society, right? So people are always marketing things to us. And now, they've jumped on this whole self-care bandwagon. And it's like, self-care is just supposed to be for us. Like they've taken it and made it into this thing to where they're marketing it to us. So it's like, come to our yoga studio because we're better than everyone else's. And, this is the way that you can really practice self-care. And it's like, no, that's BS. Like I can get on YouTube and watch yoga for the free ski, right? Like,
right. Absolutely.
To me, it's like radical is doing anything that is just for you. We're not, I don't think the expectation is for us to really put ourselves first and put our money first, put the things that we need first. So that's kind of the way that I look at it. I think that's the best way that I can explain that. It's just like put yourself first. Like that's the title of the presentation, right? Like to me, that's radical. If you were putting yourself first in this journey of self-care, then you're probably being pretty radical, and you're doing it in your own way, not the way that they are telling you to do it.
Absolutely. Co-sign that. You really touched on my perspective is really similar in that there are people, you know, who will tell you this is how you must do this thing. And for self-care, for being in tune with yourself, there's no way they can really know, you know. Right. And I think I think you're right. I agree. We have another YouTube question. Oh goodness. These are some more I guess questions about how to do coffee outside the best possible way. The question is, KC, what is your favorite coffee type?
Yo,
what's your favorite?
So there's this local spot in Fayetteville called Onyx Coffee. It's like
Onyx.
Oh, it is the best coffee. But they around like November and December, they put out these 2 holiday blends. One's called Krampus and one's called Framley. Those 2 are definitely top favorite.
I like Framley.
Yeah, it's
that's
so,
cool.
So good. Right now, I'm drinking their Southern Weather, and it's so good too. If y'all go to Onyx Coffee Lab, look it up. Like they brew some of the best coffee I've ever had. And before I found out about them, I was not a coffee drinker at all. I actually thought I hated coffee, and then it was just I needed a little bit better quality of coffee.
Yeah, the right blend of coffee makes a huge difference, and it's almost like it's like a lot of things where there are so many different flavors, but most people have tasted like the burnt, you know, nasty coffee. But if you have some good, well roasted, delicious beans, you're having a good morning.
My mom, like, she loves Folgers. Like, I don't know. She was
Folgers in Maxwell House. Drop your location because we want. No, I'm just kidding. We do not fight, but we would.
That's not my thing. You know,
it's not.
It works for her.
It's burnt. It's not it. If you would like good coffee, head over onto Onyx instead. Not Maxwell House. No. We doing better than Maxwell House. You know, no hate to Maxwell. To be clear, I do not want to hate on you if you love Maxwell House, but it's not for me. Okay. Next question. How in your personal life has practicing self-care benefited you, would you say?
That's a great question. I honestly think it's just it's made me know myself a little bit better. It's made me be a lot more comfortable with myself because I've had to really ask myself, like, what is it that brings me joy? You know, what is it that makes me happy, and not what is it that's going to make other people around me happy, not what or how do other people around me expect me to be. It's just like the more that I've done things for myself, solely for myself, I've really gotten to know myself. And honestly, I'm like, I'm 32, I'll be 33 this year, and I'm like, I'm really at a point now in my life where I really love myself. Like, I love the person that I know.
Hooray!
Yeah, like
that's,
I know it's because
that's the life goal.
Yes, over the last 6 to 7 years. Sorry, my dog and cat are fighting over here.
That's okay. We have a pet acceptance policy. We accept everything they do.
Well, yeah, like the last 6 or 7 years is when I've really implemented self-care, and it's only gotten better. Like my self-care routine and my knowledge of knowing when I need to practice self-care has gotten so much better. So I think it's just it's made me an overall better person, partner, dog parent, friend. Like every single role in my life I've become better at because of it.
The routine is dialed, the practice is dialed, just like we are dialing our bikes, just like we're dialing our setups. We have to dial in our self-care first.
Yes.
First, everything else stems from that, you know?
Yeah, we can't show up in these other spaces if we're not taking care of ourselves first. Like you're not bringing your authentic and whole self into these spaces if your person isn't okay.
Yeah. If you don't have those basic needs met, you will not be able to help others.
Yeah.
And we want to help others.
Yeah.
Generally speaking. Another excellent question. What are some short duration activities or easily accessible activities you'd recommend, I guess, for self-care? Like, what's something you could do? I actually think you did go through this a little bit, but if you could, reiterate that, what's like something quick and easy?
Yeah, I mean, Rachel hit on it in her presentation earlier, like writing. I think writing every day, like you don't need to be writing a dissertation. Like I think it's awesome that Rachel is almost done with this dissertation. I can't do that. I don't have the patience.
I can't. This or what? Like, what is that?
But like,
what's that mean?
Take 5 to 10 minutes to write in a journal, and it doesn't have to be like prose or poetry or anything like that. Just write your thoughts down. If you are, into devotionals, I like to sit out in hammock for a little bit. I just painted my fingernails. I haven't done this in 15 years. Like this took, I don't know.
They look good.
Maybe.
First of all, the nails are a serve. I just want to say, I like it.
Ayesha told me I was bringing the emo kid back, and I was definitely a black emo kid. So it's here.
We need more emo energy. I feel like, okay, this is unrelated to self-care. Emo as a concept comes for people at a time when you're at your most like emotionally volatile. So it can be good to like be in tune with those feelings.
Yeah.
Ride those feelings out,
Yeah.
So I'm about it.
I'll throw this out real quick. Another one that I started practicing this whenever I lived in Wisconsin of all places, but grounding. So just like outside, no shoes, no socks, and just standing in the grass or standing in the sand, and like, it feels so good. There's actually like some research to where like evens out your ion charges and all that stuff. Honestly, I think it just feels really good to just stand in the grass barefoot,
Yeah, I don't know how woo we are allowed to get, but I also believe in the benefits of grounding. I think that sometimes there are things that just like as humans we enjoy, and science, later will back up, it's because of, the electromagnetic differential or ions or something.
Yeah.
But honestly, if you go outside and you put your toes in some grass and you like it, good. That's great.
Something I've come to realize is like so many of the things we used to do as kids, like we should still do them now. And it makes it, it just feels so good. Play in kids is so important, but I think it's so important in adults too. So we got to figure out a way to incorporate this into our daily lives. Because like if you look, like kids are always, they're so happy.
They're so happy
and smiling. Like I want to giggle. Like I would love to giggle. That's awesome.
They are so happy. They are, and when you watch them, they run at full speed. Like they're not like, oh, I have to go for a run. I was actually talking to Sam about this, who was on earlier. Shouts out to Sam, who is great. But yeah, like exercise has a stigma of hurting. We hate it. It's a waste of time. But honestly, it's like what we're meant to do, for lack of a better word. Like we are made to run, explore, splash in the water, do this and do that. And honestly, co-sign to your critique of capitalism, because that is what has made those activities seem like they're not worthwhile, because they're unproductive and they're not creating wealth, or they're not creating anything.
Right.
So yeah, let's challenge that narrative. I'm gonna challenge that one with you. Go outside today and just roll in the grass and enjoy that.
Play in the dirt. Maybe eat a little dirt.
Eat dirt. Catch a worm. Be like, go noodling. We were talking about noodling.
Yeah.
Catch a catfish. Forget a catfish. Fry it up. Vegans, I'm sorry. All right.
Catch and release.
Catch and release, give them a little bit fun, like a little thrill out of the water, and then guide them home. Or fried. Nope. We're not going to talk about fried fish anymore. We are going to talk about the topics at hand, which are, we have a really good question from Rachel.
Okay.
Rachel was wondering about your opinions on community care versus self-care. And I guess like the balance between the two, and your thoughts on that.
I mean, I think honestly, it's like as Black and brown people, the way that I see it, like community care is a form of self-care. Like it's really difficult to separate it. Like I know for myself, if my community isn't doing well, like I'm not okay with that. Like that doesn't feel good. And I think like each of us, we all have to find our own balance of exactly how to move into that space, right? Like if we're really not doing good and our community's not doing good, like you got to figure out, okay, what's that balance? Like, can I really give back to my community? Can I really do this right now if I'm not in a space to even show up for them? So I think it really just goes back to that, like, if you are taking care of yourself, it's a whole lot easier to show up for people. But yeah, with that, it's like, it's hard to tell Black and brown people not to look after their community, right? Like that's so ingrained. It's
in our culture. See, that's the thing. Like, I'm going to agree with you. All of the like strife and like scarcity, that's not us. That's put onto us. And that's something that we've had to adapt to, and we've had to figure out how to survive. That's not our stuff. You know, I mean, agreed.
It is. It's like, you're 100% right. Like that's not how our communities were operated. Yeah, it's like we live in this society, especially if you live in the USA, but a lot of very developed countries, it's like all of these things, especially productivity, it's like it's thrown on us, and it's not natural. You know, I don't think it's right. So we gotta
agreed.
Yeah, that's why I'm all about the radical self-care. Like if we start to put ourselves first, if we start to put our communities first, you know, our communities over capitalism and over all this other BS, like I think that's where we really start to move forward collectively.
Well, Casey, sounds like your priorities are in order. Order in the priority court.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, I liked another thing I liked that you said was about the and thinking. I do this job and I do this versus but thinking. And we don't mean but with two T's. We mean but with one T.
Not the good
not the good but, the bad but, the limiting but.
And I want to challenge people, like, as you are going throughout your day, like, check yourself, like, just observe how often you say but. And like how it's being used, and see if you do say something, like, obviously I don't want you to beat yourself up, but just be like, okay, how could I have reworded that? How could I have, instead of using but, how could I have used and see if that changes the way that you look at that comment or that statement, or, you know, this thing that you have to do. I just want you to observe it and see, okay, if I look at it this different way, it feels a lot different. It kind of takes that pressure and that stress away.
It really does. I also want to say, I want guided body scan with Casey. You know, like everybody, I wish that was a session. You know, we just all kind of sit back and figure out where we're at. Like when I was listening to you, I was like, oh, I'm feeling a little something in my spine because I've been sitting all day. I'm like, I gotta check in with the discs.
Those body scans they're so
very
great, especially during times where, you know, like, okay, it's been a busy couple of weeks, it's been a busy month. Like just stop and just, I mean, it takes, I mean, you can go through it fast, but even if you go through it fast, it still only takes a minute. You know, I would say sit anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes and just start at your head and work every part of your body all the way down to your toes, and just see where you're holding tension, where you're tight, and make sure that you're breathing while you're doing all of this. Like, we forget to breathe all the time.
I'm gonna take a deep breath for that.
Yes, take a deep breath. Like, I know we hate to poke our bellies out, but like, take a deep breath and let it fill your belly. Let it push your belly out. Like, it feels so good to just be like, like, it doesn't fix everything in the world, but it helps. Like, it really does help.
I know exactly what you mean. It doesn't fix everything in the world, but because our bodies are like the spaceships through which we like perceive everything, it does help if you take care of it. Like it's gonna help. It's definitely gonna help you to take a deep breath every once in a blue moon.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, and I agree with that too. All right. Oh, let me see what these other questions are. Ooh, so we have a question that is, I think, not dealt with a lot in self-care communities, or even like in, I don't know, more positively grounded communities. And it is this: how do you deal with other people not respecting your need for self-care, not respecting your boundaries, tiptoeing all over them, stomping on them? How do you deal with those folks?
Personally, I think I've gotten to a space where I don't deal with them, you know? I think for people,
period.
As you are starting out, it's going to take the people around you time to also adjust to what's happening. Like I think for so many of us, it's not common for us to put ourselves first and to take care of ourselves. And so when we see people doing it, it's like, oh, you're being selfish, you know, and no one wants to be called a jerk or anything like that. But it's like, if you have the right people around you who want you to be happy, want you to be good, right? Like,
for sure,
they're gonna understand, and you may have to have that conversation with them. And that's not to say that they won't screw up every now and then, and they won't, you know, tiptoe on your boundaries. But if they really are there for your happiness and your success and your joy, they're gonna also check themselves to be like, okay, why do I feel the constant need to keep stepping on this person's boundaries, you know? And I think even that little bit of self-reflection, I think, is helpful. But my biggest hope is that it makes them be like, well, what do I need to do to take care of myself? Like, I see this person doing their thing and they seem to be happy and they're setting boundaries. Like we all kind of suck at setting boundaries. I think it's definitely something, like, it's probably the one thing I talk the most about in my sessions is setting boundaries with people. But I think if we start to set our own boundaries, it also teaches other people to set their boundaries and kind of figure out what those boundaries even are, right?
It does.
And then just hopefully encourages more people to kind of figure out, like, okay, what is my self-care? And for people that aren't going to respect those boundaries, I think that's when you've got to ask yourself, how much are they taking from me? How much energy are they taking from me? And how much are they giving back? Because if it's not balanced, you know, then you kind of need to look at that relationship and be like, all right, if this isn't serving me, if this isn't serving me, I got to figure out what to do with this relationship.
Agreed. 100%, beginning to end, word to word, and line by line. Agreed. And like being yourself, being there for yourself allows for the expansion of that person to love themselves too. We all, you know, are making space for each other constantly.
Exactly.
But Casey, I had such a good time talking that I went over time.
Thank you. Oh, my bad. Sorry, I get to talking about all this, and
I know it's
a little bit.
it's giving me podcast. It needs to be a podcast. Okay, so there's two potential podcasts here today: Casey guided body scans and Grandma's tips for skincare.
I'm here for Grandma's tips. Nobody wants to hear this country accent guiding anything. We need like Jules to do a guided meditation.
No,
like, I'll write.
We love the accent. Stop that. We love your accent. Keep it.
Jules.
Hi.
Hey, Jules. We got three accents going.
I know. I've
Southeast represented.
I've just been sitting in the background, watching, listening, like following the comments and everything. And Casey, honestly, it's been great. It really, really has been great. It's given me a lot to think about in regards to self-care and setting boundaries as well. So I cannot thank you enough.
Thank you. Thank you all for having me. This is fun. I appreciate it.
We loved having you, Casey, and we'll see you later. Wow. I mean, Casey is great. I love them a lot. And I think that, you know, this is really in tune with the vibe of the summit, which is that we're trying to have fun, have a party, and heal.
Yes.
And grow. And not, you know, just ruminate and be, oh, we're so sad, we're so, you know, we're trying to bring happiness and joy, and that begins with ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
I like that concept.
Yeah.
A lot. Yeah. Did you like it, Jules? How did you feel about it?
I loved it. I kind of forgot that I'm part of what's going on at the moment because I got so into the conversation as well. And you know, when Casey had said that they're at a point where they love themselves and love the person that they are as well, I was just like, yeah, this is food for thought. I keep on saying this, but everything just feels like food for thought. And I feel like I'm going to be taking so much away when the Abundance Summit comes to an end. So yeah, it's been a joyful journey. It's been a really joyful journey, and listening to wise words from folks like Casey as well. Yeah. It will stick with you. It will stick with you.
And Casey, I just want to, I do not like, don't talk bad about your accent. Your accent is lovely.
Yeah, I need to say that as well. Like, you don't need to swap out your accent for me. I could listen to Casey all day long. So
we love it. We love Jules. We love all of our accents.
We love all the accents.
Varieties. You know, we do. But let me think. What time is it? Sorry, Jules. I apologize.
No, that's okay. It's time for me to roll into the next, and actually one of the final panel that we have coming up for the Abundance Summit. So you know, this is some serious wisdom that we have coming up here as well, because it's now going to be time for us to roll into the OG Adventurer panel.
Yes.
Now, as we navigate the outdoors, the weight of constantly fighting to be heard, to be seen, and to be celebrated can be heavy.
Yes.
Now, joy is not an escape from the struggle, but rather a necessary component of resistance. Now, this panel discussion we have coming up, Twin Morrow will lean into the experience of 4 OG adventurers who have made significant impacts in cycling, hiking, climbing, and many other outdoor activities. So please join us as they share and explore the role of joy in their journeys.
Hello, everyone. Are we waiting on anybody else? I don't think so. How we doing?
We're good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right.
Phil?
Yeah, doing good.
Yeah. Cool.
Hey, partner.
So I'm so excited that we're finally here. There she is.
Oh,
hey.
We had a homework assignment and I forgot what it was. We had like 3 things that we had to do.
No, you're fine.
No, with our name. Like we had to put our name in, she, her.
It's there.
No, you're good. You're all good.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you're all good. All right. So welcome everybody. This is the OG panel. We're gonna get this started. My name is Tawan Morrow. A lot of people know me as Twin. Yes, I do have a twin. And I like to be called Twin. So for any of the panelists, if you want to refer to me as Twin, that's all good. I am broadcasting. I guess this is a broadcast. I am on Osage, Kickapoo, Wyoming, and Sioux land. And colonizers named it St. Louis. So I'm in St. Louis, Missouri. I'm Tawan. I'm a cyclist. I'm so excited. When I was asked to do this, I didn't know a whole lot about you all. So I've been doing so much research and watching videos and just really diving into all the amazing things that you all have done and are doing. And I'm really excited for everybody else to really hear all the joy that you experience in the outdoors. All right. So first, we are going to do some introductions. With these introductions, I would like for you to absolutely brag on yourself. You have lots of things that you can brag on, and here's your moment to boast and brag, okay? So brag on yourself a little bit. Tell us what joy means to you, and bonus, tell us your favorite snack while you are out enjoying the outdoors. And we will start with Phil.
Oh, good evening, everybody. Yeah, my name is Phil Henderson. Yeah, tell you something. Brag on myself. That's a hard thing to do, but gosh, you know, I've been working in the outdoors for most of my adult life, probably about 30 years. I really consider myself an outdoor professional. Most people will say you're a climber or you're a skier or something like that, but realistically, I'm an outdoor professional. I've worked in a variety of mediums, from backcountry skiing to rock climbing, whitewater rafting, kayaking, mountain biking, you know, so many different things. That's how I've made my living over the last 30 years. And because of being an outdoor professional, I've had the opportunities also to work, not just visit other countries, but actually work in those countries, you know, including Tanzania, Nepal, Kenya, and Chile as well. So that's a little bit about myself. You know, that's about the best I can do for bragging rights on my own. So yeah,
that's some bragging right there. I mean,
yeah. What's the next one? So what does joy mean to me? You know, joy to me is happiness. It's connection. It's connection with people. It's connection with the environment. That really brings me, you know, a lot of joy, just in life in general. You know, I've always been that way. And my favorite snack. So you asked the favorite snacks, but you didn't say your outdoor snacks. So I didn't think about it in that term. But that's okay, because I'm gonna still give it to you anyway, the way that I thought about it. Because my favorite snack, and I have to talk about a person who really inspires me to be who I am and do some of the things that I do now, and that's and rest in peace. That's John Lewis. And the reason why I say that, because my favorite snack is peanuts. And I remember talking with him, and he was doing a presentation at a conference 10, 15 years ago, and I remember him saying that he hated peanuts because he had eaten so many peanuts in his life that he didn't ever want to see a peanut again. And so now that he has passed, really, I think about him every time I eat peanuts. And sometimes, you know, I eat peanuts for dinner. So it's not even just a snack. Sometimes it's like, I love them that much. So yeah, that's a little bit in the who I am in my life and whatnot. So yeah.
All right. Thank you for sharing. And we'll go to Emily next.
Oh, hi. I'm Emily, and I am in the Lone Land, Miwok, also known as Oakland, California. I go by she, her, and I think, because I just got nervous real quick, so I'll start with the snacks. And I too was not thinking of my favorite outdoor snack. Except for when you said peanuts, I am the one who is deathly allergic to peanuts. So I ruin everybody's trip because no one can bring peanut butter on a trip with me. But I would say my outdoor favorite snack would just be a cucumber, a full, huge, long cucumber. And also a cantaloupe. So I'll just take the whole cantaloupe and then cut it in half and eat it through the day. And then my favorite snack is definitely popcorn. So I guess the question was brag on myself. I have been a climbing coach, a professional climbing coach for about 25, 26 years now. I'm one of the few Black female coaches out in the industry. I think I might be one of the only professional coaches out in the industry. And, you know, the way that I define that is coaching is an art form, and it's not necessarily working for a specific gym to bring them profit, but you're working for your community in order to build to build community. And that's what climbing originally is supposed to be about. And so I focus most of my attention on on building rock climbing spaces for Black and brown kids. I guess bragging on myself, I just feel like I've done a lot, and the unfolding is happening right here in front of me. So it's beautiful to see. And I'm just really feel a lot of gratitude for seeing what's happening just across the board. And I'm also feeling less alone after 26 years of seeing all of these Black and brown faces and being able to make connections and internet and all these wonderful things. It just feels good to not be alone anymore. And so my Black joy right now is I'm in a wonderful and creative space, and I'm back to full-time coaching and just really getting ready to launch this book, and a movie's coming out, and the girls are just doing amazing, and the program's doing amazing, and every day I'm out there and I'm learning from these kids is just Black joy.
That's amazing. That's a lot. You do a lot, and we all thank you for that. No, we got a lot of people in the comments saying hello to you as well. So what up? And we'll go to Aparna next.
Hi, everyone. I'm Aparna. I use she, hers pronouns, and I'm calling you from ancestral Kalapuya land. The colonizers named my town Eugene, Oregon. So I feel really overwhelmed and a little bit like I don't deserve to be on this panel, because when I started, my job in the outdoor industry, Phil was my mentor, and I had any stories of you, Emily, climbing El Cap. And when I started, when I was a climber like 20 years ago. And so it's I don't feel like I deserve to be here. So who am I? I'm a daughter of immigrants from India. I'm a mom of a 13-year-old who loves to climb. He's on the climbing team here at our climbing gym. I love everything outdoors, hiking, climbing, mountain biking. I know Phil because we both worked for the same organization for a while, where I'd lead trips for kids outdoors for a month-long expedition in the wilderness. And I'm like mediocre at all of it, but I just love doing all of it. So I haven't, I don't have like an accomplishment I can talk about in the outdoor setting, other than I've been doing it for a long time. And when I started doing it, there weren't a lot of people who looked like me in the spaces that I was in, and I persisted. And that's like what I can brag about for in the outdoor space. But my work during the day is connected. I'm, an activist and agitator for equity and justice in outdoor recreation. I'm one of the founders of the PGM1 Summit. So it's a summit for Black and brown and Indigenous folks working in the outdoors and the environment to get together. It's an affinity space. I'm not involved anymore, but I attend, and it's really been a source of joy for me. And I'm also one of the founders of the Avarna group, and we work with outdoor companies and nonprofits in not just diversity work, because that's not the end game. It's about equity and justice and inclusion. So that's what I'm really proud of. If I'm going to brag on anything, it's about that, and it's about my kid, who is one of my sources of joy. What was the other question? Oh, snacks. Outdoor snack, dried mangoes from the chili mango from Trader Joe's.
So good.
And then indoor snack or non-outdoor snack, I just love apples and Gouda cheese. And then you asked what joy means to me. So I'm reading this book called Joyful Militancy. I think it's not written by Black and brown people, but it's a really good book, and addresses a lot of what's going on right now with cancel culture. But I really love their definition of joy. And they said, sorry, Phil, they said joy doesn't mean happiness. What they say is that joy might involve happiness, but it tends to entail a whole range of feelings at once. It might involve overwhelming pain. It might feel overwhelming, painful, dramatic, and world-shaking, or subtle and uncanny. Joy rarely feels comfortable or easy because it transforms and reorients people and relationships. Rather than desire to exploit, control, and direct others, it is resonant with emergent and collective capacities to do things, make things, undo painful habits and nurture enabling ways of being together. And that for me, that's what joy means. It's like I'm not, it's not always about being happy, but it's about being connected. It's about sort of the community healing that the previous panel was talking about, that Casey was talking about just before us. That's what joy means to me. So I'll leave it at that.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that. Seeing a lot of head nods. That was an amazing definition from out of that book. So thanks for sharing that. And I think it's really funny how it's like, oh, I don't have things to brag on. And then you go on and it's like, I'm doing this and I'm doing this and I'm really amazing. So like you absolutely have things to brag on. You're just humble and that's okay. But I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing all of that. And last but certainly not least, we have Nelson.
Wow. I am so overwhelmed from the talent that has come together that, from the original test call and the emails. And I'm impressed with each and every one of you folks to where I'm speechless. So if you can ask the question again, one at a time, so I don't stutter, I'll try to get it out there.
Okay. So we want to know who you are. And as you explain who you are, we want you to brag on yourself a little bit. Okay. We want to know what joy means to you. And
all right,
also
up there, because I'm a guy. I won't retain it all.
Gotcha.
I have to say, my name is Nelson Vales. I'm the baby of 10. I'm the 11th child from Harlem, New York City. Bragging on myself, the claim to fame is I'm an Olympic and world cycling champion. I'm the first and only African American to win a medal in the cycling Olympic Games in 1984. Silver medal, might I say, from my loss to my teammate, but it was a team win. Inducted into the 2009 U.S. Bicycle Hall of Fame. And as far as track cycling and my forte, I've probably won everything at least twice. So I would like to say I'm the shit on the bicycle.
Say that.
Okay, so throughout this conversation, you'll see a little bit of history flashback for our guests that's in the background. So there'll be a little bit of slideshows and videos going back and forth just to entertain you as you see me. I watch too much news. You see, I watch too much news. So, the other question.
What does joy mean to you?
That from the joy part, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to share what joy means to me is waking up every day, now recognizing, well, I have been, but really embracing the history and the path I had set for our future generation of people like us. Yes, back then I was one of none. And now today there's many of others. And hopefully this new generation of interest with the cycling and the demographic of cycling with the African-American community, who also used to ride bikes when we were kids, and then they grew up and stopped riding bikes. Mm-hmm. So get back on it and maintain the fitness, because every one of us had a bike at Christmas. And the joy to me is just sharing my story, living the history, and trying to push others, not really push others, but embrace others to enjoy what opportunity brings when you're on a bicycle outdoors.
I love that. And the last one was that favorite snack. So I'm outdoor snack or indoor snack. It's up to you. I want
to be honest, I'm pretty boring. I don't have a snack. I really don't. After everyone on the panel had said the snack indoor, outdoor, I'm trying to think. I don't eat. I'm bad. I eat junk. So there is no real snack. But yeah, no, I don't have a favorite snack, indoor, outdoor. If you're bringing something and I like it, I might eat some of it, like the peanut butter. I'll bring the jelly. The cucumber I don't do because I'm not a vegetable eater. And Emily, help me out again.
Cantaloupe.
Cantaloupe, yeah. I'm not a cantaloupe guy either. And I lived in Europe for 8 years where this stuff was flowing on the tables. So I learned to eat a kiwi in Europe. I didn't know what that was. But no, I don't have a favorite snack. I'm pretty boring. So we can move on to the next subject.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting if you ask me. Like, not to have a favorite snack and to be a cyclist. I don't know what to do without my snacks. I'll share my favorite snack. My favorite snack is fruit snacks. I love having some fruit snacks nearby. That's just my favorite. I go to Costco and get the big old box, and yeah, I have to hide them from myself sometimes. So we're gonna move forward with this conversation, and I really, really want to encourage us to kind of treat it like we are outside under the blue sky and just like chopping it up with each other. We're just having a conversation. So I will ask some questions, but if you all have any like feedback or questions that you want to ask, or you want to add on to something that somebody else said, feel free to do that. Just one at a time, and we already know that. So let's get it started. The first question, I think is a proper question, is how did you first fall in love with what you do outdoors? And I know that some of you all have fallen in love with lots of different activities, but how did you fall in love with the outdoors, with what you do outdoors?
If I don't mind starting with jumping in first.
Go ahead.
What I would like to say is, and we also know, as you see behind me in the background, it was that youth age, at the age of 6, in Harlem, New York City, in the project housing, where Christmas rolled around and all the kids got bicycles. From that moment on, from the age of 6, I can remember each year I, along with many childhood friends, got bicycles for Christmas. And Central Park was only 5 blocks away, and we were the kids that was gone. It could be 8 of us, 12 of us, 20 of us. It was a civilized group of kids that would have to be called in to eat, not go outside and do something. But we were those kids, and I can remember those days of, you know, having that first bicycle and having that freedom of responsibility from the parenting.
Do you remember your first bike?
Not the name brand, but it was a basic bike that you ride into the ground till next Christmas, like everyone else's.
Great. Anybody else want to jump in?
Phil, I see you smiling.
I'll call on you if you want me to. You said Phil Nelson. Let's pick on Phil. You're on mute, Phil.
I apologize for that. Yeah, it's really, for me, it's a 2-part answer, because like Nelson was saying, you know, I remember at age, probably was about 8 years old, I remember going fishing with my uncles. My great uncle, actually, he was about 70 at the time, you know, when I was only 8, but I remember going fishing with him, and he sat there on the bank with a bamboo rod chewing tobacco. But I saw some guys in a boat over doing something else, right? And so, you know, they was doing this and then kind of, you know, reeling. And I was like, man, that's what I want. That's what I want to do. And I was only about 8 years old at the time. And so, you know, just like a lot of kids, man, I played baseball and football most of my life. Okay. So from the time I was, 7 or 8, I always had sports games. But I would get up in the morning, literally, I would write a note to my parents and say, gone fishing. And I put it on the refrigerator. And like Nelson said, I had a bike. I would jump on my bike, ride 3 miles to the lake, go fishing, then come back home and then go play sports. I go play to baseball game or basketball game, you know, whatever it was. So that was my earliest, you know, memories of doing something outside. That's really what it was. The other part of it, of that at that age, I'm not going to get into, because that's somewhat of a negative thing that I kind of found that I needed to get into this space. But fast forward, and into an adult life, I remembered that. Okay, so when I was in college, I had an injury. I fractured a vertebrae in my neck. And so what a lot of people are going through now in terms of a life-changing experience with COVID and different things that come along with that, with the pandemic, I went through at a young age. And so when I no longer could play sports and football, I had time to think about, what do I want to do in life? And because I had gone fishing, I'm like, oh, I want to do something like that. And again, this was before internet, blah, blah, blah. There's some things I was doing, but I had to I asked someone, where can you learn more of these things that you can do outside? And they gave me 2 telephone numbers. One was to Outward Bound and one was to Knowles. So I called the place and the Knowles catalog came in the mail first. And that was the first time I had ever seen like mountaineering or, whitewater rafting and kayak. I had never seen those things before, but when I looked in this book, I had been skiing earlier in life, but I was like, wow, this is what I'm going to do. And I was about 20 years old at the time. So 21 years old. So, that injury is really what kind of sparked me into, being an outdoor professional. I didn't know what that meant at the time. When I came to Knowles, there were no, like Nelson said, I was the one. There were no Black people working at Knowles when I came there as a student. When I came back 2 years later, there were no Black people as instructors. I was the first one. But that's really so it became a job first, but then my love for the activities and the outdoors came as a result of that. So, yeah.
That's an amazing story. Thanks for sharing that. I have to ask, what were they called it? Noodle fishing? Is that what they called it? When you stick your hand in the catfish to catch it?
Oh,
Have you done that?
Yeah. Have I done that? No, I never done that. I think that's a southern thing. I think that's a southern thing,
Okay, because they had a conversation earlier talking about it, so I had to ask. I've yet to meet someone who has caught a catfish with their arm.
Right.
So
yeah,
still
but it's funny, that you asked about catfish, because when you said catfish, I had to think about it. But one of the things, I used to love fishing so much. My father used to work the night shift, right? We would go to a lake. We'd have a friend of mine drop us off at the lake to go night fishing, but the lake was closed. It had a gate. So we'd jump over the gate and go in there and go catfishing. And my father would come and pick us up on his way home from work. And so he would be outside honking the horn, after we done caught the fish in this lake that's closed that night. So people hope I'm not getting myself in trouble, but that's how much we used to like fishing, that we would do anything just to go fishing, And I'm kind of still the same way. I was telling a friend of mine this morning, I'm kind of, I'm spoiled now because I lived 3 years in Patagonia where the fishing is just off the hook. And so nothing compares to it. So it's hard for me to get that motivation around, these parts, whatever. Plus I have so many other things to do. But fishing is a love. And, a lot of people just say people don't, especially Black people, as we don't, do things outside. That's not true, because we have been fisher people for a long time, for a long time, and we still enjoy it. We do everything. Yeah.
We do everything. Absolutely. We are going to keep going forward with this. I'm loving these stories about how you fell in love with it. I'll call you out. Aparna, let's go.
I have so many stories. So when I think about doing what I love, and I think more about the outdoors than the actual activity, like whether it's biking or whatever. I mean, I have stories. I mean, I can't remember a time I didn't ride a bike, because in India, that's just how we got around when I was little. But the outdoors piece, I think about, immigrating. My parents immigrated here, and one of the things that we thought would make us more American was to go camping. And we lived, our family and my mom's 4 brothers, all of us lived within a mile of each other in Ohlone land in the East San Francisco Bay. And we would go rent a camper, and we all had station wagons growing up, and the kids would all sleep in the back, like widthwise. And we'd have our Indian snacks, and we'd go every summer. My dad would map out national park for us to visit, and we'd have to call and make sure that they had adjacent group campsites because we traveled in like a pack of 30-ish people. There'd be like grandparents in tow, like visiting from India. So there'd be a camper, station wagons, and we'd all be on little radios checking in, and we'd stop at like McDonald's and Taco Bell's along the way because that's what we ate when we were on the road. And we go camping, and it was kind of a riot because people gave us looks because there were like Indian food smells. We were really loud. People say that the language that we speak, Tamil, when we talk to each other, we sound like we're yelling at each other, but we're not. So I just remember like connecting with the outdoors through my family was like one of the most transformative experiences for me. We'd hike to the bottom of Grand Canyon once, and they didn't know what they were doing. Like all the stuff I learned when Phil and I worked at Knowles, like how to hydrate and what to carry and what to eat. Like we were so unprepared. There's some good stories there too, but I did fall in love with the outdoors that way. My mom and my aunts would wear saris, and they'd walk around in like campsites wearing saris, and people would be like, what is going on? And this was in the 80s, when there were definitely not very many people who looked like us out in national parks. So that's like when I think of the falling in love with the outdoors, that's what I remember. And then the activities just sort of came when they came. You know, I started biking when I was little. I started climbing when I met my partner. So those aren't as compelling to me. But yeah.
Cool. Thank you. I think I love hearing other people's stories about how you show up outdoors and people aren't, I'm gonna say people aren't used to you or how you show up, and the energy that you get from people. And I just applaud people that so I just thank you for continuing to show up outdoors as you, because that's just important. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing that story. And Emily.
Oh, when did I fall in love with the outdoors? I think maybe 2 months ago. And I'm really saying that from a really a place in my life where I'm re-examining my love for the outdoors. I just finished writing a Yosemite anthology piece, and a lot of stuff just kind of came out of that because someone asked me to write a piece because they haven't recorded when the first Black woman climbed the nose yet. So somebody asked for me to write my own story and then they butchered it all up. But in writing it, a lot of things actually came up because they were asking me to write about how I came to climbing it. And so it started 3 years before, and then 9/11 happened, and then after. And I just feel like, you know, I'm on this journey now to figure out what radical self-love is. And I went from finding rock climbing through tragedy, through the death of my father. And then I went to a 2-month Outward Bound course. And then along in the course, there was like kayaking and mountain climbing. And I hated the mountain climbing and kayaking. I don't do well with water. But then there was something about the rock climbing that I just came alive, and I just loved the rock climbing. And there was this release, and my rock climbing instructor was just like, you know, you're climbing like a 5'10", and I was like, okay. And he's like, you know, you're doing this in boots. And he's like, well, why don't you take those little things out the rock? And I'm like, okay. And so I didn't know what I was doing when I was doing it. And he says, when you get back home, you need to look for a climbing gym. And I've told this story before, and a few folks have heard it. And I was fortunate to find a climbing gym. The first climbing gym in the Southeast was actually owned by a Black guy named Eric Evans, in a Charlotte Climbing Center. And so I got my start where a Black dude was already at a gym. And then my dad had lived in Pensacola, Florida. So I was driving back and forth every 2 weeks from Charlotte to Pensacola to take care of my grandmother. And that gym was owned by a guy, Weathersby, in a wheelchair. So I got my start with a Black guy and a guy in a wheelchair. And I didn't know anything in between. I didn't know the rest of the world was going to be white for the rest of my life. And so I feel like, you know, I was one who really fell in love with climbing and really fell in love with movement and I was a band geek in high school, so yeah, I can't dribble a basketball. I wasn't coordinated. So it was just something that I really incredibly fell in love with. And I knew I could do very, very well. And then I started competing. And then I started winning. And it was like the first thing I was like ever good at, competing and winning and doing. And I was just like, but I also didn't recognize that my life had been in a trajectory of constant survival since like my father had died. And so finding climbing was a way of like moving my body and moving through trauma. But then I went straight into working in the climbing industry. And I'm just kind of unwrapping and dismantling about 26 years of being by myself in the whole like plastic white USA climbing world, and realizing that I, spent a whole career of like amplifying a lot of people. And so I'm kind of like having to take this time to figure out what I love about climbing, why I love the outside. Because when you go out and you start working in it, and you're working for like, especially like white people, and you're taking on white people's trauma, and then you become, I didn't realize how unhappy I was until about a year and a half ago. I went on my first trip with friends, and they were all POC, queer folks, Black folks. And it was the first time I'd ever done that in 25 years of my career, that I wasn't going out and working for somebody, but I was going out and enjoying Tahoe for myself. And I think that was like a snowball catalyst for me to realize that I needed to do some really deep work to reconnect with to find what the outdoors meant for me, because I went directly into what it meant for working for other people. And when you're coaching kids, you're not really coaching 70 kids, you're coaching 140 parents. So that's so I think I'm just redefining the joy now, and it's beautiful. Like Hawaii was amazing, and I'm finding what makes me happy is definitely being with friends and community. And this is the first time it's happening in my life where I'm not working for people, but I'm taking friends out to the outdoors.
I'm glad that you're here now and that you can go on those trips and have other people that look like you and identify like that's just amazing. And I can't, like, I don't know, just listening to everybody here and the experience, I think as a younger person, I take for granted some of the work that you all have laid out. And I don't know, like without you, I couldn't, so I'm just honored to be in this space and just hearing from all of you all. I just appreciate you so much. And I'm gonna say that a couple more times while we're in this session. I wanna give you all an opportunity to ask each other questions if you want to. Nelson, you look like you want to say something.
Thank you. I'm smiling because I am just very happy to be in the presence of this group. So sure, I'll work my way around the room, and what I can see on my screen you can't see. So we'll start with Phil on my right. And Phil, you said that you're in Oregon.
You're on mute, Phil.
I apologize. Again, I'm in Colorado.
You're in Colorado. Whereabouts in Colorado?
In the Four Corners. So I'm in Cortez, or most people know Durango. Yeah.
Yep. I'm familiar. Yeah. I have to come visit you my next ride to Rockies.
Okay. Yeah, please do. You come right through here.
Yeah. Sometime.
Uh-huh.
So Colorado life, I'm familiar with that location. Has any changes you noticed around that Four Corners area between the natives that are there and any other communities? Any immigrants have come? Wait, let me reword that. Anyone else of color down that way?
There's a Latinx community. There's a big Latino community around, but here in Cortez, not so much. If you go 45 minutes to Durango, then you'll have a little bit more of that, you know. It's funny that you asked that question though, because see, before I lived here in Four Corners, I lived in Vernal, Utah. So I lived in Vernal, Utah for 12 years. And just outside of Vernal, Utah is the Ute Reservation. Okay. Now, prior to living in Vernal, Utah, I lived in Lander, Wyoming for 7 or 8 years. And then you have the Arapaho Shoshone Reservation right next door. And in those two previous places, the Native American community was very separated from the town itself, right? So you didn't see a lot of Native people working in the store, you know, those kinds of things. They would come and they would leave. But now being here in the Four Corners area, when I moved here, I noticed that that's very different. Where the Navajo Nation it's right next door. My wife actually works in the Navajo Nation in Shiprock at the hospital, but it's just, you know, 15 minutes away. But the people from the Navajo Nation, the Navajo community, are actually working and have presence within the community. So I actually work with 3 folks from the Navajo Nation. That's the closest I've ever had to Native people over all that time. And so as far as other people around there, very few black. I mean, here in Cortez, I'm going to say that I've probably seen maybe 5. Okay. In Durango, you might have a little bit more, but it's very it's not very diverse here outside of the Native American community. Yeah.
I'd like to just add, for all you listeners, all the folks that are joining us out there, Google it, Google Maps Durango. If you're ever, it's 8 hours drive. It's all day drive from Denver. I've done the trip many a times just to go to the little dot in the road in the Four Corners. I'm very familiar with the town and the area. It's always hot versus warm. So I would like to invite all of our listeners out there to go check out Cortez and visit Mesa Verde while you're there on your way to Durango. And that's an all-day trip itself, Mesa Verde. I found myself in that park as, of course, being cultural aware, and I want to applaud you for that. From all your, from where you've been living, I've raced in and around those areas per se, as one of the only African Americans back in the 80s. A lot of road trips with the national team and my trade team, but I just want to commend you for doing what you do as the only one. And so it's kind of nice, I'm sure, when you see someone of color, it's like, hey, you know, and hopefully they don't shine away.
Well, you know, it's funny because Ayesha's been to my place. You know, I open my doors up to people. It's like, you know, there are so few of us here that I want a place for people to be comfortable. And actually, to be honest about it, I'm going down the path of creating a space here within the hip camp. So I want to start a hip camp here. It's almost like having a green book, right? So giving people of color a place, giving Black people a place where they can come and know that the place is owned by somebody who looks like me. Okay, that's the start. But I can also, you know, put you in a direction. Where do you want to go? I can support your bike trips. I can support your hiking trips, you know. But really, it's giving people a place within a place that they know they can come and be comfortable. So yeah.
That's amazing. I just look, I'm just over here like really getting lost in the conversation right now. And that's amazing. I'm sure that everyone else is too. And then I look at the time and all of these questions that are coming in right now, and we have to get to these questions because they are some really good questions. So this first one is for Emily. Are you ready? I love your face when I say that. You're on mute. The question is,
you know, this technology thing. How do you balance the work and play of climbing? Wow. So I'm a full-time solo parent mom as well. And a lot of my whole life is basically wrapped around my child. She has always been an original homeschooler. So I've always like worked with kids. So I've always worked really well on the kids' schedule and what the calendar looks like. And that's often seasonal calendar, which is right? Based off of agricultural, the academic calendar is based off of agricultural seasons. So it's really about, I think I have an obsessive compulsive streak. And my dad was a colonel in the United States Marine Corps. He was one of the first Black Marines in the colonels in the Marines. And he raised me by himself. So I think a part of it is that I can see 3 steps ahead, and it's part of being a coach. So I'm highly obsessively organized, and that's part of it. And then having this amazing child with me and being able to flow in our own rhythms and create programs that are basically about her and around her. Like we have a homeschool rocks class, we have a brown girls climbing class. And then, you know, playing is just something that's really, really new for me. And it's really new with COVID too. I learned a lot last year where I worked for our community the entire time throughout COVID because our special needs kids needed to get outside. But I also burned myself out. So I'm now doing this thing where I'm working for 6 weeks straight and then I'm taking a vacation for 3 weeks at a time. So, and that seems to be really, really good. You know, it's like, it's a learned lesson. It's more about, I think, finding the balance of support and the things that are going to support you.
Yeah.
So things like therapy, things like yoga, things like checking out and somatic healing and radical self-care.
Yeah, that's all of that. Here's another question, and we can take turns. Whoever, you can just show me your hand if you want this question. I'll read it. What would the OGs on this panel encourage for younger folk in the outdoors? What would you like to see for the future? Aparna?
Oh, I saw Emily's hand up.
I seen your face.
I can go. What
Go
would I
ahead.
like to see for young folks? So I often say, and it was funny, earlier you said, you know, like something about us showing up in the outdoors as we are, but I was like, am I really, who am I? Because I feel like for the, 40-ish years I've lived in this country that I code switched so much to access privilege, the way I talk, the way I dress, how I carry myself. I like basically acted like a white man to be able to do the things I could do. And so I'm not sure I'm me anymore. And so
I feel that
I feel like imposter syndrome a lot. Like, do I get to call myself Indian or an Indian immigrant, or even a person of color because of the privilege that I've had? So, there's a lot in there. So I think for younger folks, what I usually, a lot of my work around PGM1, which is the people of the global majority in the outdoors, nature, and the environment, it's a mouthful, but it's a summit for people of color, is like, I want people to be themselves. I don't want them to, have to wear the mask that I had to wear for 40 years. And if you feel like you can't be yourself in like whatever body shape, whatever you're wearing, however you're talking, whatever skill level you have, whatever your social identities are, like just find your people, because what brings me joy now is that like there are more people out there who are able to just be themselves in these spaces. So that's like my wish. And that's my wish for my kid, as a multiracial kid, is that like he doesn't have to think about how he shows up in the outdoors and in outdoor spaces and having to act in certain ways. So yeah, that's my wish.
Yes, that's speaking to me and speaking to a lot of people in the comments right now. So thanks for sharing that. Here's another question. How have y'all stayed motivated in this space for so long, as often the only? Sometimes I just don't want to show up because I don't want to be tired, frustrated, microaggressed against, etc. So how do you keep going?
Ooh.
Can we start with Phil and then we'll go to Emily? Okay, we'll go Phil.
Two things. One is, again, when you've been through life-changing experiences, whatever you want to do, and you don't let things stop you from that. That's something that I learned at a very young age, But secondly, is that and really, I'm looking at Nelson because I've always said I'm sure he could understand this. I didn't have peers. I didn't have mentors in the outdoor industry when I was coming up. I had nobody I could reach back to and ask a question, right? And so to be able to, I had to look, how can I do that? I started looking at history, okay, and thinking, there has been someone before me living in Vernal, Utah, who probably had it worse than I do, but they did it, okay? So if you look up a person named Isom Dart, about 1865, and he was running around, you know, rustling cows and so on, but he was one of the best black cowboys out there, and he lived in Vernal, Utah, okay? So often when I would get to the point where I'm tired, and I'm probably more tired now at this day in 2021 than I was 10 years ago. But I had the ability to go to this man's grave and actually sit with him in the place that he was buried and just be there, you know, and that gives me strength to continue, you know. But really people like Nelson, like, because you know that you are one, but you're paving a way for other people. And so going back to the other question that someone asked about, you know, what do you want for those? I want to see people who are in these leadership positions, people who are teaching our kids that look like them, okay? Because they can show up and be who they want, but if the people who are, again, still trying to educate our youth and there's no one who looks like them, then it perpetuates the problem, okay?
Yes.
So that's what I.
Yes, that's so much game right there, Philip. I appreciate that. That's man, it's a lot of wisdom and knowledge and motivation being dropped, and I'm loving it. Emily, did you want to tag on? Go ahead.
Yeah. So these are my quickisms. The first one is that vision is what you're looking from and not what you're looking to. So we are always looking from our vision. If we're going outside to play, if grandma is sending us outside to play, when we're out there playing, we're looking from our vision. So to remember that when we're going outside, along or inside or wherever it may be, where we're putting ourselves in that space, along with, you know, someone asked the question, you know, how do you just keep going? How do you keep going? And it John Lewis was brought up earlier in the South, catfishing. I'm from Atlanta, and John Lewis, I was in his district, and just I have so much pride for what's going on. Those are a lot of my friends who are behind that whole movement that's going on. John Ossoff was one of my students. So I'm really excited about seeing what's happening. And I keep thinking, and every time I've met John, I've seen him in gay pride parades, talked to him in the grocery store, I think about that bridge. I think about standing on that bridge. I think about what he did to stand on that bridge and then to be standing in Publix grocery store just to be talking to me, or to be the grand marshal of the gay pride parade in Atlanta, Georgia, year after year after year. And him standing up there for me, both as a Black woman and in all my queerness, going, I can't get off this bridge. And so what I've learned is that we have to have a tool. Our first tool is not learning how to tie our knot. Our first tool is not learning how to tie the little fly fish, or learning how to do. Our first tool is learning radical self-care and learning how to have that radical self-care, because our brown bodies will be seen brown in these spaces always.
Yeah.
And our brown bodies belong in these spaces. Right. So I would say gift yourself with tools of self-care, with tools of your own vision, and be so effing unapologetic about it. Just be Black and unapologetic, please. Don't ask for permission. Stop asking.
Yes. I love that right there. Like, you don't know me that well, but that's what I'm all about. Showing up, being you, taking up space. And I'm noticing in this conversation, we only got a couple minutes left. I get that from y'all, and I haven't met you yet, but like, I'm an extension of all of y'all, and that's just dope. Like, I'm looking at Nelson. Someone asked, what was your experience like in the Olympics? Like, they want to know what that experience was like. And I'm looking at you, and I'm a cyclist, and I'm trying to get fast, and I'm like, oh man, there's an OG out there that been there and done that. It makes me even more like, yeah, this is where I belong. This is for me. So I just salute. But Nelson, we only got a couple more minutes left, but take us back there. What was those Olympics like in short? Because we don't have
in short, just real quick, family. Right out of high school, I knew I was going to be a professional cyclist. I had all the tools meaning I had the parenting. I was a child that was spanked for discipline. So I learned along the way of behaving myself. Once I was able to obtain a passport, that was my ticket to the world. 1982, I had the greatest opportunity to represent the United States at the World Championships. Not the first African American, but the only African American at the 1982 World Championships in England. Ever since then, I continued on throughout my amateur and professional career, but it was pretty normal. It was expected of me. For those listeners, you do not train 4 years for the Olympics. You train 4 years to make the team. It was easier to win a medal than it was to make the team.
Wow.
It's like that for track and field in the U.S. boxing. Look at swimming. It's so hard to make the team. It's easy to win a medal. You see all these guys winning medals. Yay! It was because they worked their ass off to make the team. And then you slack down, and then, I don't know, cycling. I made the team 6 weeks before I was able to go to the Olympics. How's that? So
yeah.
So I was on a development team to prepare me for the Olympic trials, and then was blessed because the Russians did not attend. So they allowed 2 athletes from each country, and that's when I took advantage.
That's wow.
Yeah.
Just wow. So this has been absolutely great. We only have a minute left. You all are amazing. There are a whole lot of questions still that we did not get to. But this was a great conversation. I absolutely enjoyed listening to you all tell stories and fellowship with each other. I wish we had another 30 minutes or something, because I just know that this conversation would just be extended. But I hear that there's going to be another abundance summit in the future. So maybe we'll get together again at some point. All right. But thank you all so much for being here, and for all the things that you have done, all the things that you continue to do. Yeah. I don't know.
Can I say one thing real quick? I have to say this, because I didn't even till just the other day when I saw your name on there, and I was like, Nelson Bales, like you definitely inspired me. I ride bikes too. I think I did my first century ride when I was 12 or 13, something like that. I grew up in San Diego. But I watched you through the Olympics. Me and my brother, we would sit there and like, oh man, we got to watch it. It was like watching Sugar Ray Robinson, so to be able to sit here and be on this panel with you right now, this is a blessing. I'm so impressed. And Apana, it's good to reconnect with you all. And I definitely want to connect with Emily as well. So hopefully we'll get emails and so on. I'll be in touch with y'all. So thank y'all for having us out here for the Abundance Summit. It's been awesome for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was, again, amazing.
Yes. Yes. And yes.
I'm trying to think of what my favorite point was. I really liked Phil and Nelson just like collab. I don't know, hanging out. That was cute. Like they're just saying, "You're cool." And then they're like, "No, you're cool." I think that's great.
There's just so much history and so much wisdom, and that was an education for me as well. So over in the UK, these are names that I've only heard about through being friends with folks like you and Ayesha and other people that I have met through the internet as well. So that was a history lesson for me. And you know, I had the feeling of being, you know, on the foundations or in the house that these people had built for us to be here in the first place. That's what I came away from that feeling. So yeah, that was incredible. It was incredible.
For sure.
It's just
It was. It was. And it's like part of our community is that like mentor mentee relationship. Like you always have a mentor and you have somebody that you're mentoring and just passing, you know, down the generations, transferring knowledge and wisdom. So I love that. I love that we had the youth yesterday, the OGs today.
And it's
so we're learning from each other.
Yeah. And it's just, it was such a beautiful way to wrap up what is, you know, the first ever, the Abundance Summit, because it's nearly come to an end. I mean, we have had incredible workshops. We have had incredible panels. We've had incredible Q&A sessions as well. And an incredible audience who have joined us for this too. So every single one of you out there has made this special as well. So, you know, all you can do is just to give the biggest of thanks for coming, and also the voluntary contributions that have been made in regards to the money that is being raised for the mini grant as well. So this is all incredible. But Olivia, this isn't the end.
This isn't the end.
This is not the end.
Every time you think that we're finished, we raise the bar because we've got something for you guys today. And it is the DJ set by DJ Black Daria. Yes. I'm just gonna read this bio really quick. DJ Black Daria is a DJ, a cyclist, and a community organizer from Portland, Oregon, currently based out of Mexico City. She is the former co-host of Everyday Mixtapes on xray.fm and reps Portland's Noche Libre DJ Collective. She draws inspiration from her Black and Mexican roots, reclaiming the dance floor with classic rhythms, R&B reworks, neo-perreo, period, wine anthems, throwback cuts, and everything in between. She is also the co-founder of We Got Next, a digital DJ workshop for women, trans, femme, LGBTQIA+, and BIPOC communities. Beyond DJing, she is an organizer for Portland's Black Liberation Ride, and her favorite rides include hills, gravel, camping, and commuting around Mexico City. And yes, we will be having, you know, the party ain't over till the after party's over. And I feel like we're about to have quite the after party.
Yeah, there is a link available for you to check it out. So the link is on the website to go and head for the after party. We just want to make it known as well that there will not be interpreters at the after party as well. We need to say a massive thank you to our interpreters who have been with us over the course of the 2 days of the Abundance Summit. So thank you so much, Hidra, Eli, and Keisha, for being with us. You've been incredible as well.
Thanks,
and
y'all.
we also need to thank our sponsors, don't we?
Yes, we do. We need to thank who do we need to thank? We need to thank Zwift. First of all.
We do.
We also need to thank Live Racing, SRAM, and Backcountry.com.
Now, all of the links for the sponsors of the Abundance Summit are also going to be available for you to check them out. So please do.
Yes.
And also remember, this event is going to live forever. It's always going to be on the internet because it will always be available on the A Quick Brown Fox YouTube channel. So I think we need to party. I think the time has come for you to take your caps off and do whatever and just like, dance around your handbags.
Unleash the hair and let's headbang a little. Let's dance.
Yeah. Yes. Olivia, I will see you for a bit of a boogie. It's been a pleasure co-hosting with you as well.
Jules.
And we need to thank Ayesha and Devin for making this happen, the team behind this too. So thank you. Absolutely.
They did
right.
Amazing.
Get your glad rags on, get ready to hit that link and go have a party. We love you and thank you so much for joining us for the Abundance Summit.
Yes, we'll see you next year.
We're just saying it now.
Yeah, we're speaking it into existence, but no, like we'll see you when we see you. We'll see you on the trail, the old dusty trail.